Why, hello everyone, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG, and tonight is a special Town Portal podcast event. I know the stream is definitely a little later in the day, but me and Frosty LaRue, episode 15 of the Town Portal podcast, we will be welcomed by the team over at the Dark West. So we're going to be chatting. They actually come on in 2 hours and 8 minutes. So we still got 2 hours. This is a pre-podcast. Is this pre-recorded stream? No, it is not. The podcasts are always live. We have never had a pre-recorded one. So now it is in my household. My wife made some salmon, veggies, and rice, so I was just kind of You're spoiled. I'm not spoiled already. Come on, it's dinner time, guys. Looks like a spoiled stream. Gotta feed the streamer. Exactly. That's exactly right. So anyways, we are early today, 2 hours before the podcast, because I am going to watch the Diablo 4 reveal. Everybody all day has been hitting me up. Did you see the Warlock stuff? Did you see the Warlock stuff? I have not watched 1 second of anything. So anyways, so I'm going to watch that while I'm eating. And then after that, we are going to go through the questions for the podcast. We got them all organized and see if there's anything we need to take away or add to it. But the questions from yesterday that we built, we've got them all nice and organized. So the plan is we're going to watch the 1 hour VOD of Diablo 4 Warlock. Then we'll spend some time getting the questions ready for the podcast. Invite the Dark West team on with Frosty LaRue, have our podcast, and then we'll do our post show. So yeah, should be a really good day. I know everybody was pinging me all day about the Warlock and saying, why have I not started my stream? So yes, it's an evening stream. I'm not even going to pause the video for D4. It's going to be, well, I mean, if it's something I want to discuss, I'll pause it, but I don't plan on pausing it that much. So Plunder, thanks for the Prime sub. Thank you, Shin. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. All right, who do we got here this evening? Trevor, Marek, Myers, Orange, Diesel, Heavy. Good evening. Monkey, VC, West. This is an outrage. Me, Thanos. Good evening. Aaron on YouTube. Hello. Trevor on Kick. I already said hi to Trevor. Big Guy, what's up? Big Guy, I'm going to need your help tomorrow to get the perfect time on season 4 of LE back to correct. Just FYI. Silent Storm, what's up? Ghost, hello. Goose, Slider, Enzo. Die, what up? Voltan, hello. Who else is here? Shin, Dev35, yo. Wonder, Jeno, hello. Sai, Zerdan, Initial. Who else is here? Anger, Chev. A lot of people. Mast. You guys are excited to watch the D4. Level 2 hype train here at Action RPG. If there's ever a level 2 hype train. He forgot Enzo as Myers. There's too many people. Listen to Polka while I eat. Hold on a second. This is exciting right here. We get to watch this. Huh? Guys? Veteran, what's up? That's right. Enzo is Myers. Guys, it's just, the wife just made a little, it's just veggies, rice, and salmon for dinner. It's just dinner time. Any word on the theme of Ellie season 4? No. At this rate, we'll know what the TLI season is first. No. I don't want to turn off the polka. I like it. The Dragonkin devs did get back to me. We are the first multiplayer city to hit level 50. Number 1. Yep. Wow. Congrats. I know. Awesome job, everyone. Tomorrow we have the Last Epoch dev stream, Path of Exile 328 Mirage, and Wicked stream. Just a couple of things. What's the Wicked stream about? I'm actually not. He wants to talk about what's coming next. What's up, Teddy? Yeah, it's a Q&A. We will be there. Wait a second. Can somebody double check that Thomas's Q&A is not during the Last Epoch dev stream? I obviously don't know what the hell I'm doing. What am I doing? Exactly? I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. What? Thank you guys for the level 2 hype train. Okay, it's not perfect. Okay, everybody, listen to me for a second. I apologize. I am going to manually, I am going to run an ad right now to try and turn off pre-rolls. That way, hopefully you don't get hit with an ad while we're watching the Diablo announcement. Doing that right meow. Let's hope. What's up, Frontier? Database, what up? Okay. Ad where? In Twitch land. No, I didn't eat it. I've just been I've been looking at it. I'm not going to pause it that much. Okay, everybody, I'm going to say it one more time. We are going to watch for 1 hour. We're going to watch for 1 hour the Diablo 4 reveal. I haven't seen anything today, so I'm going in fresh. After that, we're going to be going over the questions for the podcast. which I've got all set up and organized. The Dark West devs and Frosty LaRue will join us. Top podcast starts in 1 hour and 58 minutes. That's the plan. I'm not just going to pause it like this over and over again. But if I have something to say, I'll say it. I am old. Everybody knows that.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Season 12 Developer Update stream and the Warlock Deep Dive. My name is Marcus Kretz. I'm a community manager here at Blizzard Entertainment, and we've got a jam-packed show for you today. But first things first, Twitch drops are live. Watch any eligible channel on the Diablo 4 category, and you can grab this Omen's Glimpse Wand Cosmetic for 30 minutes. And if you watch for 1 hour, you can earn the Siphon of Malefaction Scythe Cosmetic. Now, we've got a lot to share today as we dive into the makeup, development, and skills of the Warlock class. And then on the second half of the stream, we're going to be talking about everything coming with our upcoming season launching on...
I feel like it's running like crap.
Omen's Glimpse Wand Cosmetic for 30 minutes. And if you watch for 1 hour, you can earn the Siphon of Malefaction Scythe Cosmetic. Now, we've got a lot to share today as we dive into the makeup, development, and skills of the Warlock class. And then on the second half of the stream, we're going to be talking about everything coming with our upcoming...
Sorry, I don't... Is this pre-recorded? Is this pre-recorded? Hold on, I'm sorry. Is this a live stream or is it pre-recorded? You know what? Never mind. All right.
Season launching on March 11th.
Of course it's pre-recorded.
But I want to recap to everyone. We do have the Lord of Hatred expansion arriving on April 28th. To take you through everything coming there, we've got this handy infographic. Lord of Hatred brings an epic new campaign. We'll have 2 new classes with the Paladin and the Warlock. There's going to be a whole new region with Skobos. There's going to be massive system overhauls and an expanded endgame. So there's a ton to check out there on April 28th when Lord of Hatred arrives. But without any further ado, we have a fantastic video to share with you that goes over everything coming with this dark, dark class, the Warlock. Take it away.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us for the official Warlock Deep Dive. We're excited to get into the details, including some backstory, their visual and archetype design, and mechanics. Let's jump in.
Hey everyone, I'm JP Reinmiller, Associate Art Director for Diablo 4, and I'm really excited to be here sharing more about the Warlock, its story, and the visual design that brings it to life. When we started talking about the Warlock, the very first thing we aligned on was that this character stands fully unleashed at the height of their strength. Warlock is not a clean hero, not someone who's throwing fireballs from a safe distance and walking away spotless, but rather a dark caster who's made a very conscious decision to use demons as tools. The Warlock emerges from the shadows as a practitioner of forbidden arts, shaped by the dark legacy of the Vizrai, haunted by demons, burdened with infernal insight, and feared by pretty much everyone. They have a presence about them that takes over the room. They've been through so much and have so much power that you both want to run with them and are scared of them. They've come from a really corrupt history. They've seen hell up close. And because of that, the way they summon demons isn't elegant or ceremonial.
I used to think that Diablo 4 was like unmatched, like top dog when it came to visuals. I don't know if do you guys put it in like the highest echelon of visuals? Here's the pot. What do you guys think? Demon looks pretty goofy. No. It's a plastic demon. I don't know. It's so funny. I look at this and I know it's such a stupid thing. Look at how big the hole is and look at the size of the demon's hand. Obviously, it can I think it holds up visually. Okay, to be clear, I should restate. The graphics obviously hold up visually in the genre, but is Diablo 4 leaps and bounds above everything visually? A lot of times people talk about the visuals of D4, that they're unmatched in the genre. I think it's a spell. It's actually not a trapped demon.
It's violent. You're ripping something out of hell against its will and forcing it into sanctuary. You don't always know what you might get, and that struggle between this dark evil and the hero you
Hey, it's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna...
are is core to the fantasy. What I love about the Warlock is that they sit right on that line between hero and something a little more dangerous. They're trying to save sanctuary, but they're willing to do things that no one else will. There's no regret about collateral damage. It's very much, I don't have a choice. This has to be done. And we wanted that to come through not just in the spells, but in how they move, how they stand, how they occupy space. They can take a hit and hit back in ways we've never done before in the Diablo game. That's really the heart of the class. You're asserting dominance over hell itself, and everything about the Warlock, narratively, visually, and mechanically, reinforces that idea. When we were figuring out the visual direction for the Warlock, we knew pretty early on we didn't want them to feel like a traditional fantasy caster. No flowing robes, no pristine silhouettes, no fancy elegance. The touchstones we kept coming back to were rebellion and metal. That feeling of someone who's been through hell, literally, and came back changed by it. Visually, we wanted the Warlock to feel intimidating. To be honest, a lot of that inspiration comes from metal music culture. It's loud and aggressive, and that idea translated really naturally into how the Warlock moves, how they cast, how they carry themselves. This is someone who's walked the edge for a long time. Like if someone microdosed soul shards until they found the right amount. So we leaned into the color vibe of working in a machine shop and having the oil and dirt on you. There's grit in the materials, texture in the surfaces, and weight in the way everything hangs off the body. Nothing feels ornamental for ornament's sake. They're not trying to look heroic. They look the way they do because that's what surviving hell does to you. Everything visually is there to support that story. Layered atop this is a visual design where strong demonic colors of VFX intertwine with physical motion that sets the stage for their lore as a caster, who bends demons and infernal forces to their will, giving the class an otherworldly presence. There's a unique aspect to how we crafted this hero. Character art was a huge part of this class from the beginning. With so many assets needed to be created for the demons,
I don't know why it reminds me of like a demon Spiritborn. Spiritborn, you like bring these animals up that do things, and this one you bring up demons to do things.
we had to work closely as a feature team to pair all the visual elements of VFX, animation, and character art to help make the demons feel a part of the class in a way that succinctly flowed through the Warlock's visual design. With a balanced approach to animation and VFX, the demonology, shadow, and fire bring that raw, unfiltered power to life in the Warlock. Every moment is deliberate, heavy, and echoes the physical toll of wielding Hell's energy. When you cast, you're forcing something into existence, and the visuals...
Can I start it over? I wasn't paying attention. I was eating the whole time. I feel like we should start it over. All right, we'll just keep going. We'll
match
keep going.
that intensity.
No?
Our effects team went all in to make Warlock feel unique, with a strong identity rooted in danger. Summoning demons is an eruption of hell-forged energy, fire, and twisted light. We wanted the VFX to accentuate the animation with a focus on feel and movement. That's why when you see the skills, they are crafted with aggressive shapes and relentless motion. Whether it's tearing open a portal or binding a demon, you always get a sense of chaos barely held in check, and the battle...
What is this guy doing behind him? That's the demon? What is I haven't seen it do anything. What the hell? What's it doing?
Accentuate the animation with a focus on feel and movement. That's why when you see the skills, they are crafted with aggressive shapes and relentless motion. Whether it's tearing open a portal or binding a demon, You always get a sense of chaos barely held in check, and the battlefield transforms with every cast.
He's hanging out. He's just hanging out.
Warlock is a willpower-based class focused on dominating the battlefield. They use two different resources, Wrath to bring chaotic destruction, and Dominance to summon powerful demons. To define the Warlock as a class, we focus on what it will empower players to do and how they will interact with the world. First, you create. You're constantly bringing things into the world. Demons, demon parts, manifestations of hell. For example, you might command Fallen to path through the environment. Or you might block off areas with Wall of Agony, actively shaping the battlefield with your summoned creations. Then you control. A lot of your power comes from deciding where those demons go, how long they stay alive, and what state they're in. You're controlling the battlefield by positioning and commanding demons while locking down enemies.
That's pretty
This is
cool.
where Warlock is really able to flex its willpower and feel a
Hydra.
sense of deliberate domination.
Hydra Warlock. Where's
You
Guilty?
could order the Tortured Wretch to taunt foes into reckless attacks, or direct the Profane Sentinel to blast your chosen target. Every action is an announcement of your authority over the chaos you've summoned. And finally, you combo. Almost nothing exists in isolation. You're encouraged to chain interactions, summon something, modify it, consume it, detonate it, or use it to empower the next action.
It's not an
The system
AI
rewards you
voiceover.
for
It's
thinking a step ahead.
one of the designers.
Kill both enemies and demons swiftly with bombardment, fueling Sigil of Summons to unleash the next wave of demons. What's important is that these layers feed into each other. Creating gives you options. Control lets you shape those options.
Oh,
And
Tech
comboing
is gonna
turns them
like
into
the
a
chain thing for
So
sure.
the Warlock
He
isn't
loves
just
that crap.
executing a single fixed rotation. It's about building a small ecosystem in combat, and then deciding how aggressively or how cleverly you want to collapse it. The core idea behind Soul Shards is really about transformations, saying, I'm not just summoning demons anymore, I'm actually incorporating hell into myself. With the Soul Shard system, you fuse a demon straight into your body. Picking a Soul Shard
No,
is the
orange.
rulebook for everything you do in-game, shaping your powers and how you play from the ground up. You choose from 4 primary shards. Each shard represents a fundamentally different playstyle direction.
You know what it reminds me of a little bit? It reminds me of Varashta for PoE2. You got your Djinns. Your Djinns are spells that do stuff. Same thing, but you're demons.
Mutating your character by stealing powers from hell and your bound demon. Each primary shard does 2 major things. First, it grants a transformative playstyle passive that alters your core gameplay loop. How you summon.
Wait, skill sigils? It's not, is it?
Each primary shard does 2 major things. First, it grants a transformative playstyle passive that alters
It's
your
skill
core gameplay loop.
sigils!
How you summon demons, how you control
Damn
them,
it!
and how you chain effects together. Second, it binds a specific demon pet to you, directly tied to the shard's identity. Within each primary
Skill
shard,
sigils.
you then select one of 3 fragment sub-options. Fragments act as specialization layers. They don't change what the shard is, but they absolutely change how it behaves.
It's
What
called
you
soul
prioritize,
shards.
What resources you lean on, and how your abilities interact.
How to trigger
The
Aaron
result
101
is that
skill
the shards
sigils.
open up new and unique transformative options for how you interact with the world and your demons. When you see a warlock in action,
I was literally going to be like, is that a new mount? And the theme that's riding the
you
thing.
can tell what they chose, not because of a tooltip, but because
Oh,
of how
brother.
their gameplay unfolds. One of the big pillars of the warlock is that although you're a
It's a
summoner
skill?
of hell, these entities are not behaving like conventional pets. Most summons are temporary. Warlocks brutally discard them once they have served their purpose. But with a soul shard, you choose to persistently bind one of 4 powerful demons to supercharge your playstyle. With Legion, the focus is on biological demon generation. This demon specializes in spawning physical demonic bodies into the world. Mechanically, that gives you more entities to control, reposition, and chain together, which supports builds that scale through volume and chaotic pressure. Here you have the demon Agram, who embodies this chaotic approach. Using its Spit command, Agram can unleash corrosive projectiles across the battlefield that burst into smaller demons on impact. As you command Agram and other lesser demons, their deaths fuel your power to summon greater demons. Every
Minion
spawned lesser
army!
demon serves as a resource, amplifying your summoning potential and enabling more dramatic, high-impact plays. The system encourages you to continuously generate, sacrifice, and leverage these demonic minions, creating a feedback loop where the chaos you unleash becomes the fuel for even more formidable monsters to join your legion. Vanguard shifts the system towards mobility and frontline presence. The fiery steed Abodian functions as an aggressive,
Myers/Enzo says, is it me or do the demons look like plastic? What do you guys think? Plastic?
speedy means of closing gaps. It's designed for players who want to push forward, create openings, and apply pressure through motion. With Abodian's charge, the Warlock surges across the battlefield in a blaze of hellfire, pulling foes along and instantly repositioning for the next attack.
Dude, that is for sure the Spirit-born Tiger one. Tiger? I swear it looks like it.
Mastermind moves things in a more control-oriented direction.
Let's
The
watch it
devouring
again.
shadow demon Lalish undermines your enemies and attacks on your command. It favors players who enjoy planning ahead and creating layered outcomes. Executing Lalish's Terror Realm consumes foes while cloaking the Warlock in shadow form, allowing you to remain hidden while issuing direct commands to your abyssal demons. This devastating maneuver lets you orchestrate surprise assaults, manipulating enemy placement and inflicting terror. The synergy between shadow form and
That's the caterpillar. The centipede. This is the Spirit-born, but evil.
abyss demon control turns the battlefield into your personal chessboard. Ritualist
Guys?
is deliberately different. This demon exists primarily as a sacrificial resource. You're siphoning power from it to generate bursts of strength, trading an offensive pet for spikes in your damage and efficiency. When you channel the might of Valak, you're tapping into a wellspring of forbidden magic. By draining Valak's essence, you can unleash empowered spell combos, like trapping enemies in shadowy confinement with Dark Prison before detonating the battlefield with Hell Fractures. Valak's unique bond supercharges your occult Hellfire and Abyss abilities, making every cast more devastating and allowing your Warlock to bend the materials of Hell to their will in moments of explosive power. Hopefully you can see how picking your bound demon is more than just window dressing. It's the linchpin that turns every fight into your personal stage.
What sets the Warlock apart is the sheer freedom you have to define your power. There are countless ways to customize your skills, and every level unlocks new options that let you reshape your build on the fly. Many of the Warlock's most iconic abilities don't just have a single expression. They can be radically reshaped through variants
You can always tell when someone's reading.
that change how the power manifests in combat. Each variant pushes the ability in a distinct direction, letting you lean into overwhelming chaos, precise command, or personal dominance. Whether you're amplifying demonic force, directing it with intent, or consuming it to become the weapon yourself, these variants ensure that every major summon reflects your chosen playstyle and reinforces how you want your Warlock to engage in the battlefield. Let's dive right into the Warlock skill variants. Rampage. You unleash a rampaging demon brute onto the battlefield, a living engine of chaos that smashes through anything unlucky enough to stand in its way. Abyssal Titan. The demon brute becomes an Abyssal Titan, larger and imbued with the shadows of hell. You may directly order this brute to perform devastating leap attacks. Demonic Smash. You consume the brute's power, gaining demon form and allowing you yourself to jump into the battlefield. Sigil of Summons. Perform occult rituals to summon additional demons. Customize how you perform this ritual and what comes out. Summon Succubus. Summon 2 greater succubi that inflict terrible, terrible shadow damage. Summon Hellworm. Summon a Hellworm that mimics your own demon summoning even more demons. Fiend of Abaddon. You summon a towering demon juggernaut, wielding a massive hell-forged greatsword that cleaves through the battlefield in unstoppable arcs of destruction. Abyssal Colossus. You may now order the Fiend to perform an enormous two-fisted smash that pulls in enemies. Vanguard of Flames. This Fiend is now bound directly to you, moving with you and allowing you to charge into battle.
Hey, what's the Torchlight Infinite character where you have the summons on your back? Is that Wrath of the Nobody knows what I'm talking about. That's what this is.
With it. This is especially cool with the Rampage Demonic Smash variant, since you can leap yourself with this Fiend attached to you. We're so excited for all of you to shape your Warlock playstyle with your own devastating abilities and unique variants.
I know, that's
The
why
options are
I
as
went back.
dynamic as they are powerful.
No.
Dive deep and discover the combinations that unleash your true potential. That wraps up our Warlock Deep Dive for now. Thank you to our incredible community for your ongoing passion and enthusiasm. Your excitement and feedback have helped shape every step of our journey, and we can't wait to see how you make the Warlock's power your own.
There you have it, the Warlock.
Maybe we should pause right now and watch the 90-second Last Epoch trailer. What do you guys think? We could watch Shattered Omens? Guys? No. Do it. We should. MPK, what's up? What?
Hot damn, that looks amazing. And who better to get into everything than
Don't
Colin and
you
Bjorn? Welcome back
dare.
to the stream.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Hell yeah.
We'll
So
never
first
finish
things
this
first, I gotta
before
ask
the
you guys,
podcast.
why the Warlock?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So, you know, Lord of Hatred as an expansion has this core theme of sort of heaven versus hell. Also, this sort of duality of old versus new. There's going to be a lot of returning things that you're going to see from older games, like some of the monsters you might have seen, as well as like new things like the Warlock. So, you know, we felt like when we wanted to sort of deliver two classes in this expansion, we felt what better way to sort of embody this idea than like the Holy Paladin who walks the light. Very straightforward, very good, very simple. You know, I just want to blast demons with holy energy. And then we wanted that sort of contrast with the Warlock, who's sort of this edgelord, brutal demonologist, you know, uses hell's power, you know, draws on demons from the burning hells. So we felt like that really just sort of, that contrast set each other apart, like these classes in a really cool way. And I think, you know, from the class design side, Bjorn, you designed the class. You know, I think when we looked at it, what were some of the things we're looking for in terms of like carving out a new place in our roster? This is our 8th class now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. When we're looking at kind of what classes can do, we're taking into account like each of their different play styles. And so with the Warlock, what we were really kind of honed in on was the ideas of like different sort of like summon-based gameplay that we hadn't explored as deeply yet. So with the Warlock, for instance, it's less about kind of the...
They should have invited me to sit here. So I could have, I would have talked about it. You know.
Other things that you've seen before, maybe like having like large standing armies that are constantly fighting for you, and instead it's kind of exploring, for instance, like temporary summons that you're going to kill off, or having like one big summon that you're like really completely in control of, while also sort of exploring how that affects the Warlock when they're doing that, like how they're affected by the shadows or how they take on the form of demon form.
Yeah, like I loved it in the video how like the Warlock is not standing at the back. Like they're right in there flinging demons, you know, like little meat trebuchets. Like it's pretty awesome to see. And I mean, yeah, there's so much to chew on with the class. Like what are you both most excited for players to get into?
Yeah, I think one thing on that, because I love what you said about the Warlock being in the front, something we talked a lot about on sort of the broader roster is that this is a caster and a summoner. But we wanted it to feel different to like the Sorcerer and the Necromancer. So something we talked a lot about internally is like if they all got into a bar fight, like the Warlock would just like kick all their asses, right? And he's like ripped, he has a 6-pack, and he's there to beat some ass. So, but you know, in terms of what we're really excited about, I'd say like one of the things that we didn't really touch on that I'm very excited about is the sort of new mechanic the Warlock introduces and can take advantage of, and that's demon form. So demon form actually allows you yourself to turn into a demon and absorb some of the power of the demons that you can summon. You saw that on Rampage, where you can actually like leap yourself into battle. You just crush that demon, put it inside of you, and it lets you leap. Another is like you saw maybe in the video where you rip this demon head out of the ground and it starts spewing fire. When you're the demon, you actually just get to spew this fire from your mouth itself, and we just think that that's such a badass way to play. And I think one of the really cool things about demon form itself is that the ultimate metamorphosis allows you to swap back and forth between human form and demon form. And what that means is you actually get sort of like almost like 10 different abilities you get to play with, because demon form is going to replace a bunch of your abilities. I know that you spent a lot of time like thinking about how we want this to play out.
Yeah. I mean, and even talking to kind of what you were saying of kind of leveraging the new systems kind of that we have. So specifically the new skill tree, having all the new variants in it too, kind of let us really explore that. So for instance, like all of those Archfiend skills you're talking about, they all have a version where it's like, now I want to do the thing as a demon myself. So like that's always a thing you can say, like, hey, I just want the infernal breath. Like I want to be able to breathe fire. You can always just take that variant and put it into your skill kit. But kind of as you're saying, metamorphosis is that additional option of like, hey, maybe I always want to be able to summon the fire-breathing head, but then metamorphosis lets me essentially dynamically swap which variant I have equipped mid-fight and sort of get that additional skill bar essentially, which I think is a really neat kind of way to let you build kind of whether or not you want to go all in on the fire breath or if you wanted to swap back and forth between summoning and doing it yourself, which I think is pretty neat.
Yeah, it's really like a unique playstyle in that you summon a bunch of these Archfiend greater demons and then swap in a demon form to really build back up dominance to use them yourself. I think like it also goes back to that like duality that we've been talking about for Lord of Hatred. You know, the Warlock itself is like a pretty crunchy and complicated class in contrast to the Paladin, right? The Paladin's very straightforward, whereas the Warlock is much more sort of, I don't want to say intelligent, but a little bit more methodical, and there's a lot to get into on the build crafting and system side that we're really excited to sort of have everyone play with.
Yeah, I think it's so cool that like I liked what you said about like how the Warlock can embody demons. It's like the Warlock's not going to tell the demons to do anything he's not willing to do himself.
Yeah,
he's willing to get in there and get dirty.
Yeah, and it really like you get to pick like, do I want to just do it myself or do I want to tell the demons explicitly? You saw that with Shadow Form where like the Warlock snuck up on a group of enemies. They didn't even know he was there and blew them all up. Or you can really lean into that like chaos of just summoning, you know, hundreds of demons that are all going to die and fuel your energy.
Yeah, it's a super intense class fantasy, and Bjorn, I like what you said about the skill variants. Like, it opens up a ton of different possibilities. You know, with those possibilities, it also brings the question of like, how are you and the team going to approach class balance as the Lord of Hatred
See,
expansion
guys,
comes out?
I haven't paused in a while.
A ton to work with.
I've wanted to pause to say stuff, but I've held back. I'm showing restraint.
You know, really balance, like the name implies. It's a
now
sliding
you know
scale.
that.
And we use this approach even in seasons when we do collectible powers or anything new. We know there's a learning curve to, learning a new class or anything in the game. So we generally err on the side of it being a little bit stronger to sort of make up for that learning curve. But we also, just on the side of like with anything new, we want to make sure that there's a lot of different ways to play the class. So we're going to generally make sure that, no matter what option you pick,
how
you're going to feel
long
powerful,
is this
you're going to
part?
feel badass and awesome. So, we're going to do our best to make sure that it's not completely destroying the game, but what we care about a lot is that the class feels powerful and you're going to have a lot of different options that are going to feel crunchy.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's really cool to know that there's going to be a class with like a really high ceiling that you can, explore and get to know and really, min-max to the max when it comes out. So that's awesome. So Colin and Bjorn, thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here. We are going to have Colin and Bjorn come back towards the end of the stream for Q&A. So if you have any questions for Colin and Bjorn, please drop them in a Twitch chat. We'll be collecting those and saving them for later. But we do want to share with you, before Lord of Hatred comes out, we actually do have some extra bonuses if you pre-order that are themed around the Warlock, which is really cool. So coming on March 11th with the 2.6.0 patch update, we're actually going to have a Warlock
where's the lady that cusses all the time? She's supposed to be on here.
By the way, and a town portal, which is pretty badass.
Speaking of town portal podcast starts in 90 minutes. 90 minutes till podcast.
Yeah,
that was a good segue for a pause.
And then when Lord of Hatred actually launches on April 28th, we'll also have this Warlock skin that you'll get as well from the pre-purchase expansion. So those back trophy and town portal are going to be there on March 11th, and then more to come when Lord of Hatred launches, which is pretty awesome. And that is the Infernal Apostle Warlock cosmetic bundle. That is a chunky mouthful. That's a lot, yeah.
Chunky mouthful.
Yeah, so you can grab that. So we will say goodbye to Colin and Bjorn, and we're going to bring in some new people to check out everything coming with our next season. So hang tight.
Okay, I didn't pause it. It's still going. How are you guys excited about the Warlock? Pumped or what? You guys pumped? Boo. No. What do you mean no? This is you. This is the you're powered by hell. Everybody knows that. Very excited. Nice. I'm pretty excited. Nice. Looks pretty cool. Yes, yes. I like the D2 Warlock more. Looks okay. I was more pumped about the last Epoch Warlock. No, I'm hyped despite the haters. I don't think you need another summoning. I don't think another summoning class could save D4. You got to wait for the expansion. Pally's way cooler. I'll try it. Looks fun. Meh. Can we get back to the restraint? I didn't pause it. It's still going. I just turned off the metal, dude. Everybody knows that. All right. It looks like we're getting to the lady that cusses. We were wondering where she was. She's more relatable because she swears. Everybody knows that.
Hey everybody, welcome back. And now we're gonna get into everything coming with our upcoming season. We've got a few familiar faces here. Aislinn, welcome back to the stream.
Good to be here.
Dan Tangway, in the flesh. How's it going?
It's going all right.
Good to see you. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, excited for it.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. So where we last left off with the players, we had the PTR. You know, they know that kill streaks are coming. We've got bloodied items.
Yep.
There's a lot to chew on in the season, but there's also a lot more that we didn't share. So do you want to walk us through what they can expect?
Yeah, so before we jump into a video, let me just kind of tee up kind of our thinking behind this season. So, you know, when we looked at the roadmap for Lord of Hatred, you know, we saw that we really needed to develop kind of a shorter season, a punchy season. And so, you know, we rifled through some ideas, and then we remembered that we built a pretty strong foundation from our previous season. So we needed to build on top of that. And then when the team came up with this particular idea, and it just felt really novel, and it just fit really well. So without further ado, I guess, let's check out the video and then we can talk more about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome everyone to our Season of Slaughter developer update. I'm Josh Brinson, and today I'm...
What the hell did he just say? Wait, what did he say? You know what? Never.
excited to share some updates coming to Diablo 4. As we gear up for the release of Lord of Hatred, we're exploring new systems that push Diablo into fresh, unexpected territory, embracing innovation while staying true to its dark roots. While this may be a shorter season, Season of Slaughter encourages experimentation, leans into mystery, and leaves room for surprises that are best uncovered by players through their own journey. For the first time in Diablo history, you can embrace your inner demon and transform into one of Hell's fiercest monstrosities, the Butcher. Let's get right into it.
Starting in Guild Ku on the Seasonal Realm, you will undertake the quest, A Taste of Power, and uncover the dark path to becoming the Butcher. As the Butcher, you wield the brutal powers that inspire terror, turning them upon your enemies. Cleave through monsters, charge fearlessly into the fray, and unleash a hell of hooks to drag your prey to a bloody end. We are thrilled for you to play as the Butcher and dive into everything Season of Slaughter brings. Whether you are chasing faster progression or craving fresh ways to tear through Sanctuary, we are excited for your journey. While we share what lies ahead, not every secret is meant to be revealed. Some surprises are waiting for those bold enough to find them in-game.
There are several paths to becoming the King of Slaughter. This season introduces a new earnable item called Meaty Offerings. These can be used on the Shrine of Slaughter, a new event available in Helltides, transforming you into the Butcher. This activation triggers a brutal onslaught, drawing hordes of enemies to you, each kill feeding your gory rewards. Helltide isn't the only place to prove your dominance. In the Fields of Hatred, the Ceremony of Slaughter ignites every 10 minutes, transforming the battlefield into a race for supremacy. Every kill fuels your savagery, pushing you closer to ultimate power. When the ritual concludes, a butcher's idol rises for the fiercest contender. Take it, become the butcher, and turn the entire area into your personal killing ground.
What's going to have a more successful season? Path of Exile 1, 328 Mirage, or Diablo 4 Season 12, The Butcher?
Want the full butcher fantasy on demand? Step into Slaughterhouses, a new activity that keeps you as the butcher for the entire run.
Oh, come on, man.
From the first step
PoE,
to the final
D4
blow,
for sure, PoE.
You're unleashed to do what he does
Not even
best.
close.
Slaughter everything in sight. There's more to reveal, but some surprises are best left for players to uncover in-game.
This season introduces kill streaks. The kill streak system reshapes combat across Diablo 4 by rewarding rapid and consecutive kills. Slaying multiple enemies quickly triggers a kill streak, with a display above the skills bar to track the running kill count. While kill streaks gradually decay over time, they can be refreshed through any kill or by dealing damage, encouraging fast, aggressive play. Kill streaks escalate through 5 tiers: kill streak, carnage, devastation, bloodbath, and massacre.
Slayer!
Each determined by the total number of enemies slain during a streak.
Sorry.
When the timer runs out, the streak ends and rewards you with experience and seasonal reputation based on your total kills. But beware.
I know that voice. It's the
Falling in
F-bomb
battle
lady.
immediately ends your kill streak, leaving you with no rewards, cutting your momentum short, and marking a swift, shameful finish.
Bloodied items introduce a new item quality that empowers your gear with ferocious, kill streak-driven potential. Any item that can drop has a chance to appear as bloodied, and this tag is non-exclusive, allowing items to be both ancestral and bloodied. Their unique affixes scale directly with your killstreak performance and fall into 3 categories. Rampage, stat-based boosts for your armor pieces based off your killstreak. Feast, grants bonuses tied to kills within your streak, such as resetting a random cooldown every 40 kills. Hunger, enhances jewelry by improving reward drops that scale with killstreak tiers. As with all affixes in Diablo 4, bloodied affixes stack, enabling even greater power as your carnage climbs. Bloodied sigils push your brutality even further, unlocking more intense challenges and greater rewards as you brave the rising heat of combat. Nightmare dungeons, infernal hordes, and lair bosses can be empowered with these sigils. Bloodied sigils introduce the bloodied affix, Relentless Butcher, causing the infamous butcher to hunt you without end, returning instantly each time he falls. But be warned, the Relentless Butcher is an addition to the dungeons, not a replacement for anything that might already be lurking within. These powerful keys only become available in Torment tiers. Bloodied sigils are embedded with challenge and are about a Torment tier higher in difficulty than your current level. Using a bloodied sigil guarantees bloodied items and more, ensuring that the risk is met with fitting rewards.
Season of Slaughter introduces several new class-generic uniques which amp up the carnage. The Wendigo brand unique ring increases your max health and your overall damage dealt, which scales with the amount of kills you've earned in the last 30 to 60 seconds. Tear through your enemies and watch your kill streak soar. The Rust-Bitten Dirk unique dagger deals increased damage to isolated enemies, making it perfect for taking down lair bosses. The Thousand Eye Reaver one-handed axe grants ferocity while moving and increases your max ferocity. That ferocity then increases your movement speed per step. If you want to rack up kills quickly and move fast, this is an item you'll want to keep an eye out for. All new uniques this season drop from the new Butcher Lair boss. Seek out his den of gore, snag these weapons, rack up your kill streaks, and let the blood pour.
In Season of Slaughter, you'll be able to fight against the Bloody Butcher, who enters the fray as a new layer boss in Torment difficulties. Defeat him for your best chance to earn any of the new uniques. He also has a higher chance of dropping bloodied uniques, making his fearsome fight worth the effort. The Bloody Butcher is initially exclusive to the Seasonal Realm, but he will stay on as a permanent layer boss in both Eternal and Seasonal Realms after Season of Slaughter has ended.
Doom, the Dark Ages, is coming to Diablo 4. Rip and tear your way through Sanctuary with new cosmetics inspired by the legendary Demon Slayer. And our most expansive free reliquary yet. Earn rewards like the Shield Saw cosmetic skin, Slayer's Flail, the Head of the Cyber Demon back trophy, and more. Cut down elites and champion monsters to earn Dark Ages currency and carve your path through the Doom, the Dark Ages event reliquary. Claim all rewards to unlock the Forsaken Gates town portal and leave your mark on Sanctuary. We'll also have threads fit for the Slayer in the in-game shop. Mecha Dragon Sarat. Cacodemon, the Cyclopean Cackle Pet. Gibbet, Souls of the Lost Pet. Rip and tear through the demon hordes in style.
Quench your blade's thirst and let the blood flow. Slaying your enemies with unrelenting ferocity is the name of the game. Ramp up the kill streaks and become the Butcher in Season of Slaughter. See you all in Sanctuary.
I was totally wrong. I thought March 12th, and other people were saying March 10th. It's the 11th. 5 days after PoE.
There you have it, everybody. Season of Slaughter arrives on March 11th. We've got the Doom the Dark Ages reliquary. We've got the Paladin free trial. It's going to be fantastic. And after all the years of torment, after all the devastation, we finally get to become the Butcher and actually dole out all that punishment onto our enemies. I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah, I can't wait to jump in for the season.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be so fun.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. And I know this, the Butcher is going to be the seasonal component of it, but we do also have a lot of changes coming in, more evergreen changes coming in the season to kind of like help heighten some of those, activities that we play over and over. And I mean, Aislinn, I've heard you got some quality of life queued up. What can players expect this season?
Yeah, so of course you saw all the amazing stuff coming in Season 12, Season of Slaughter, but we also try to continuously update the game, make sure that it's better all the time. And so we've got something that people have been asking for a while. We gathered all the locksmiths in Sanctuary and we opened all the doors in all the Nightmare dungeons. So you don't have to go and click on them anymore. You can just break right through them, or they're already open and you can just go through as quickly as you'd like.
Please say all waypoints they give us all waypoints too. Come on.
We also kind of changed the way that traversals work, like when you're climbing walls or like descending ladders and stuff like that. It now scales with your movement speed, so going through the world just feels a lot more natural based on your own personal movement speed.
You don't have to open doors.
Oh gosh, what else is there?
Now you're getting greedy.
There's a ton coming. There's a ton coming. And I know.
Let's talk about the faster loading speeds.
That's right. We've got faster loading speeds just across all different loading screens. So even beyond your movement speed, the game is just going to, in general, feel a lot faster. So those are some fantastic quality of life improvements coming. But beyond that, we've also been making sure that we're taking a look at the tower. Yeah. So we really want to make sure that the tower is something that we continuously update, that we continuously make a lot better. We know it's still in beta, and because of that, it's getting tons of changes constantly every season.
Absolutely.
And so I wanted to just dive a little bit into that. So we've got exploit fixes. Like, for example, there was a way to extend the timer past 10 minutes. We don't want players doing that. There was a way to like kill enemies while you were still in the safe area. We don't want players doing that, so we fixed that. We've got 5 new tile sets coming to the tower, so there's going to be lots of like cool new places you can explore. We're even removing one of the tile sets because it was just like too narrow and kind of annoying to travel through in a competitive environment, so we didn't feel like it fit super well. And we've got 5 new bosses coming as well, which is really exciting. And we also took some time to make sure that the bosses were a little more balanced with one another. So you wouldn't go in and like fight a boss that had like way more HP or did like way more damage or anything. So they're a lot more balanced to kind of preserve the competitive integrity of the mode. And in addition, all the bosses hit a lot harder than they used to because we want to make sure that once you get to that end state, you're kind of having like an exhilarating battle to the finish, right? Instead of kind of a slog through like, oh.
Hey, Brow, can you find this sweater for me? I want to get this sweater in the middle. Thank you.
can I kill the boss in time? We'll see. Like, we don't want that kind of vibe. So yeah, those are some of the changes
Cajun,
coming
you
to
don't
the
like
tower.
it?
But we also have some leaderboard changes.
Yeah, that's right.
too.
So, obviously,
Orange?
Aislinn just covered a lot of the gameplay changes coming to the tower, but we saw a lot of your feedback on the leaderboards as well, and we spent some time improving those. So first up, you're going to be able to see your personal bests right at the top of the leaderboard. No longer have to scroll down and try and find where your name is if you're in the top 1,000. Next up is we built out a end of run UI, so you get a sense of where you're placing at the end of your run, so that if you want to go back and try again real quick, you can. And also, because he's a bit of a judgmental, I guess, master of the tower, the Artificer is also leaving you notes.
Well,
And
someone's
those-
got to tell you how to
Yeah,
improve, right? And
that's right.
Artificer's there to help.
Artificer's note, get good.
What's that?
Artificer's note, get good.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
A jerk.
So, yeah, there's a bunch of notes every end of run that you'll see that will hopefully help you improve your run. And then finally, we're just making the leaderboard easier to navigate. You've got a jump to me button, so you can go immediately down to where your position is.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're going to continue improving the leaderboard as we go. In addition to that, we actually wanted to tease a few things that were coming. I know we've implemented a lot for Season 12 at this point, but we've gotten a lot of feedback that I want to make sure that you're all aware that we're going to tackle in future seasons. So first up is that we are going to finally release some rewards. So in the upcoming season, we're going to have tower rewards, and that's going to reward you for advancing tiers within the tower. And I'm pretty excited about those. They're pretty cool. In addition, we're going to have leaderboard rank rewards. So you will get some really cool status symbols, prestige.
That sweater is $170? What? Thankfully, it's sold out. It's inflation. Oh, brother. Oh, it is sold out. I told you. It's made with real sheep. Oh, brother.
Items that you can show off if you manage to rank on the leaderboards. In addition to that, we are finally going to release our leaderboard build viewer. A lot of you have asked to be able to see the profile and the build of the person as they made the score, not what it is currently. So we take a snapshot, store it away, and now you can see that build information.
Yeah,
And
that's
then-
just like super useful for like understanding
Absolutely,
how people
yeah.
are playing at a high level or like, even playing a specific skill. You can like look at that up.
Yep, absolutely. And then finally,
That is very interesting. You are now going to be able to see the top leaderboards builds. There's actually going to be a lot of people that don't like that.
finally, we are also working on solo self-found. And so look forward to those things in the future.
And it's
Yep,
funny, you
like
read
TLI.
chat's mind, Dan. They were already commenting solo self-found, so you've...
Oh, they've been chanting that for months at this point, yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, thank you for walking us through
Yeah.
that, Dan. There's a ton coming in. We're really, really excited for it. And something I'm really excited to share with players as well. I know that a ton of people have been playing the Paladin in Season of Divine Intervention, but for those of you who have not yet purchased the Lord of Hatred expansion, we're actually going to have a Paladin free trial starting with on March 11th. You can play until level 25 on Battle.net, Xbox, and PlayStation from March 11th to 18th. You'll be able to play the Paladin up to level 25, and if you pre-purchase the Lord of Hatred expansion following the trial, you'll actually be able to continue your progression on that same Paladin character that you used before, which is pretty great. So
It's so worth it. The Paladin is seriously so fun. If you haven't had a chance to try it yet, now is going to be the time. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Amazing.
yeah, it's an absolute ton of fun. And I'm also really excited because there's another thing players I feel like are always asking for. You're going to be able to pre-download the 2.6.0 patch starting on March 9th. So for for Battle.net, PlayStation, and Xbox, you'll be able to pre-download the 2.6.0 build on March 9th at 10 a.m. So then when it launches, you'll be able to jump right into the fun, which is pretty great.
Hell yeah.
So We're now going to head into the Q&A portion of the stream, so hopefully you've been dropping your questions in Twitch chat. We're going to pull those, and we're also going to invite back Colin Feiner and the Warlock to join us for the Q&A. So hang tight. We're going to get them up here, so stay put. Thanks.
Become the Butcher. Ooh, About an hour until the podcast starts. About an hour. And I'm ready for the podcast. We're all prepared. And ready. It'll be fine. It's fine. With who? We'll be talking about it in a little bit. The Dark West team, the new ARPG, the Dark West. Two of their top dogs are coming on the podcast to talk about their new ARPG, the Dark West. So when we're done with the Diablo 4 live stream, we're going to go over the questions for the podcast. And then we'll be bringing on Wooly, Lighty, and Frosty LaRue. Should be a lot of fun. I'm ready. I need a, it'll be fine. Bro, the podcast with the Crystal Fall people? No, not Crystal Fall. I haven't approved that one yet. Well, now they got everyone up here.
All right, everyone, welcome back to our Q&A portion of the show. We got the whole gang here.
What's up,
and first
Dicey?
things first, Aislinn, Dan, I gotta ask, what was it like among the development team when someone pitched, hey, let's actually have the Butcher as a playable character? Like, I mean, that must have been nuts.
Yeah, no, it was one of those things where somebody came up with the idea and I wrote it down. I'm like, I don't know about this. But, when we looked at the season and we looked at, we wanted something novel and different. We said, okay, what is it going to take to do this? So we started, socializing it with people. And every time we mentioned it to them, a little smile would creep up on their face because they can just immediately imagine how fun it would be to play as the Butcher.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's hard not to get excited about it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a ton of fun. Yeah.
I think that's really what drove it home was the fact that people did get so excited about it. Like we couldn't ignore that, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Like we had to do something with it. And it sounded great on paper, but it was like, how do you turn that into actual mechanics? But we did, and it's so fun, and I can't wait for folks to get their hands on it.
Yeah, you guys pulled it off. Yeah, it's gonna be a ton of fun when it launches. I am super pumped.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a question from Nog N. At Diablo, will you rework how we get materials? Because as it currently stands, the loot filter does not auto-salvage the filtered loot that we'd salvage to get mats.
Yeah, so we are actually gonna rework how you get materials and like the material economy in general because explicitly of that. So I don't know if
That is a hilarious first question because that's exactly what the Dragonkin team does. Once you filter out the crap, it auto sells you and gives you the materials.
I would say it's necessarily like reworked from the ground
Right,
up,
West?
but that has been taken into account, and like the materials you need as you go into higher difficulty tiers and like the way your loot filter kind of naturally evolves is intended to support that. So you're still going to be like earning the materials you need, and like when you finally decide like, oh, I never want to see non-legendaries anymore, or I never want to see non-ancestrals anymore, you're probably going to be in a place where you actually probably don't need those materials anymore at all. Like you already have like a fantastic stockpile of that stuff, so you don't really have to worry about it.
Yeah, we all know that point you get to at the game where you're like, okay, this is credit to me. I no longer need you. I'm done playing with you. Yeah, at that point. Awesome. Question from Ignition. How will you address kill streak tiers dropping off before getting to a big boss, like in the pit, the tower, or the infernal hordes?
Yeah, so we actually did work a little bit on the amount of time that you will be in a kill streak, and also like how loading screens affect a kill streak, just to make sure that it is actually possible to like maintain it and get to the end.
That's awesome. Yeah, good, nice feeling to be able to chain that kill streak throughout a whole dungeon or activity,
Yeah,
for sure.
Absolutely.
From X Drift Ninja X, is probably one for Colin and Warlock. Can you constantly stay in demon form?
Yes and no. So it's really going to depend on how you build your character. A big part of the skill tree is going to be customizing kind of what you want your character to do. So you'll find when it comes to demon form, there are bonuses for swapping in and out of it, or trying to stay in it as long as you can, that sort of thing. So most of the variants will give you like a couple seconds of demon form. So that's more of like kind of a...
Hey, Nash, are you out there? In PoE 2, can you stay in demon form forever? Infernalist, can you stay in demon form forever?
Temporary thing, but you could chain them back to back to try to keep that going. The caveat would be metamorphosis, which we spoke on a little bit before, which is the ultimate. That baseline allows you to swap into demon form, but replaces your entire skill bar.
Yeah, but you gotta have certain
that
items.
version,
Thank you.
Which can be like a little bit of a bit to learn that you have new skills. So that one is permanent, but that one is honed in on a very specific set of skills, whereas then the variants of metamorphosis, they undo the reworking of your skills, but then those become temporary versions of demon form that it gives you kind of a power up of like, now I'm the fire demon or now I'm the shadow demon. So it'll really come down to kind of how you choose to customize demon form as you make your build.
Very cool. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right. Infernal Cold 780 asks, what weapons will the Warlock use?
Ooh. Sure. Yeah, broadly speaking, we're looking at sort of melee weapons. So you're going to be able to use daggers, flails, and then swords, axes, and maces of both one-hand and two-hand variety, and then your offhand focus.
Hell yeah. Very nice.
Hell yeah, bro!
888 reality. Does the leaderboard do the leaderboard rewards only last for the season?
So there's going to be a bunch of different types of leaderboard rewards. Some of them, which are based on climbing the tower tiers, are going to be just power-based rewards that you are going to earn and be able to keep as your character migrates to Eternal. The status symbols, however, fall into two different categories. Some of them you are going to be able to keep, and some of them you aren't. And so, I don't want to spoil too much yet, but it's a nice mix of things that basically allows you to both show off in the moment and then kind of memorialize the fact that you were able to achieve something, that difficult, I guess.
Yeah, it's always nice to still have something you can kind of peacock around and let everybody know. Yeah, hell yeah. Fun name, Marquise, or Marquise, however you pronounce it. At Diablo, what about other classes for class balance? Like the Druid, will it get some love around when Lord of Hatred drops?
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty much every class is going to get some love because we've reworked the skill tree. There's more on that to come, but the Druids specifically, I think, are going to really enjoy because we did something special, which is a lot of the skills you're actually going to be able to pick what form do you want to take. So on live today, we just sort of prescribe, the werewolf. Let's just say Shred, for example, can only be used as the werewolf, or Maul is a good example as well, which is the Druid bear attack.
It's just not its focus, but it'll still
Lord of
benefit.
Hatred, you'll actually be able to pick like, actually I want to be a werewolf and Maul thing. So you have a ton of flexibility both within shape-shifting and human form, and there's just so many really cool skill variants and side upgrades that we have for the Druid. And that's not just for the Druid, again, that's like every single class coming to Lord of Hatred has these types of things. You haven't even seen like what we've done with the Necro yet. So there's just like a lot of stuff that we have in store, and it's all going to be balanced. We've been playtesting it a bunch. We've been hammering on this for like a year. So we think it's just going to be a really fun moment. No matter what class you're into, you're going to have really cool stuff to play.
Oh yeah, every class has got tender loving care in Lord of Hatred. So regardless of like who you play, like you're going to come into Lord of Hatred and be like, holy shit. There's a lot of awesome stuff here.
One really cool thing is that for example, you think about Trample on the Druid, right? Which, charge through a bunch of enemies. It's the bear. The werewolf version actually leaps you. Like you can pick a leaping version of that.
Damn.
So, and that's just like, oh, what shape-shifting form do I want to be? There's also a variant on top of that, which is like, okay, what do I want my Trample to do? So there's just a ton of stuff like that.
That's
really
our girl.
And tons of permutations just within one skill.
Wow. Okay, you heard it here first, everybody. And I really like what you said too, Colin, about like how we're just kind of scratching the surface. Like we will have a whole other live stream to kick off before Lord of Hatred goes live. So we'll definitely have another spot to kind of get into all those details. But there is, like Colin said, a lot cooking for all the classes under the hood that we're really, really, really excited to share. So yeah, that's really excited. Thanks for sharing that. Noob Sauce Season. are bloodied items exclusive to the season, or is it something that will persist in Eternal and also spawn into future seasons?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll talk about that. So, as of right now, bloodied items are only for the season of slaughter. However, this isn't the first time this type of feedback's come up. I think, a lot of folks want to be able to, use a lot of these cool seasonal items in future seasons. And so that's something we're actively working on right now, trying to figure out what's the best way to bring them back. And I think, once we get, Lord of Hatred out, I think we'll have a lot of new tools to be able to do that.
Heck yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of tools that they're going to be able to chew on for that expansion. It's going to be really, really, really exciting. Justarius or Justarius. One of my favorite parts of new classes is seeing the runes they have both for automating their own kit and new toys they can bring to other classes. Can we get a sneak peek of the Warlock skills that will be on runes?
Yeah, sure. The 2 runes that the Warlock will be adding is the ability to proc its Dark Prison skill and its Brimstone subpower. So Dark Prison is an area that will tether enemies into it, so you'll be able to lock down enemies with that. And then Brimstone are kind of these little mines that you leave around that'll explode when enemies get close to them.
Very cool. Thank you for that, Bjorn. Harris Mokhtar. Even if I'm playing ranged, does converting to Butcher convert
Very funny,
playstyle
Orange.
to melee?
Very funny.
It will still convert you to a melee build. The Butcher, he gets up there and he cleaves people and he screams fresh meat. So if you turn into the Butcher, that's the vibe you're going to have too. I think we're really excited about the way the Butcher plays.
Yeah.
Like, he's just so much fun to just cleave through enemies. And he's also very burly and tough. So like, if you get up in melee, you're not really going to have to typically, you're not going to have to worry too much about dying. There are some situations where it might happen, but can't wait for players to try that out. But
His Furnace Blast is basically ranged too,
it is,
eruption.
yeah.
It's the whole
huge.
screen,
Yeah,
and
it's huge.
attacking reduces the cooldown. So
Yeah, I guess the hook is kind of ranged, but then makes it close range. You know what I mean? It's
yeah.
So there's that nice blend. But yeah, the Butcher is definitely not a bow and arrow kind of guy.
Not a bow and arrow kind of guy. Not waving a staff around and slinging spells.
Yeah, no shot. Drakith_90. Will the Warlock be able to enslave demons and use them as pets like his Diablo 2 resurrected counterpart?
Yes and no. Not exactly in the same way that the Diablo 2 Warlock does it. The main focus we have is, so with our class mechanic, specifically the 4 that you can directly bind to yourselves. Those are sort of his primary demons that he's going out and then he's capturing. And then technically there's also a couple of ways to dominate enemies' minds and kind of control them around the battlefield, but nothing as a direct one-to-one with D2 because they're just kind of slightly different games.
Yeah, nice. I think one thing to touch on is for the class mechanic is this quest. We've made a really cool quest for it. You're going to go across Sanctuary and dominate some of these really powerful archdemons, right? They're more than just there's a goatman over there that I'm going to possess. It's no, there's a devourer deep in the caves of this really ancient place that you're going to go and bind this specific demon. And the whole quest line has a really cool, I'm not going to spoil the ending, but a cool ending to it. So that's sort of the take we had for the D4 Warlock.
Hell yeah, it sounds badass. We got another question from Loathburger. Does becoming the Butcher put you into PvP mode?
No, not necessarily, though there is a mode specifically in the Fields of Hatred that has some PvP elements to it that involve the Butcher. So keep an eye out for that. There may be some butchering of other Wanderers going on in that place.
I mean, would it be the Butcher if you couldn't get after other players at some point, right?
Yep.
And actually, I'm glad you brought that up too, because we do have the Season of Slaughter overview blog going live after the stream. So we'll share some more details on the nitty-gritties coming with the season, as well as the Warlock Deep Dive blog and the 260 patch notes. So if you're a reader like me, you've got a lot to chew on following the stream. So we'll definitely check that out. All right, we got our last question from Caps Lock Leo. The Warlock, Spearborn, and Paladin feel so innovative over the original classes. Will the new skill tree make the original classes feel as fresh and new as these new classes? That's a big one.
Absolutely. I mean, we took, I'm not kidding when, we poured so much love, blood, sweat, tears into these existing classes. They've all got massive overhauls to their skill trees. Again, I'm not going to spoil too much. Like some of the classes have even gone further beyond, like the Necro and the Druid, that have these really cool things. So, you know, all these classes are going to get the same number of variants in Lord of Hatred. They're all going to have tons of side upgrades to help tune and fine tune and customize things. We've also pretty much looked at like every single legendary and unique item in the game, like not exaggerating, like everything has been touched and fine tuned, and all that we've learned over the past several years of D4 has really just gone into this skill update. So it feels like a completely different game, but familiar. You know, like if you're playing the Sork, it still has these really awesome themes of pyromancy, shock, frost, and you're master of elements, but there's just so many ways to play with it. Like, oh, I want to spawn an icy meteor instead of the current version of meteor, right? You can do that, and you can also overpower the meteor so that it's bigger and that you can dump all your mana into it. There's just like so many different ways to play. So I would say, yes, we've taken so much of the learnings from Spiritborn and Paladin and Warlock and poured it into these classes that we all know and love. No classes left behind.
Oh, absolutely. Like every day we go into the office and people are just debating, they're having conversations, they're talking about how can we make the existing classes like better and elevate them to the level of like excellency that the 3 new classes have reached. They are on the same level and they're really awesome.
Yeah. No, it's phenomenal. And yeah, I'm just so excited for all these features to come in with Lord of Hatred on the 28th. There's just going to be so much to chew on. It's going to, like you said, Colin, it's going to feel familiar. It's still going to have that class identity, but also be, just a totally different feel. So it's really, really exciting.
Don't like the Warlock or Paladin, you loved your base class, it's an awesome time to come back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we all know those players who are like, no, I always play the Druid, and the Druid is all that I'm ever going to play, and I'm only going to ever play the Druid. So
we have the Druid guy working on the Druid. So
hey, there you go.
Yes, we do.
He's a big werewolf enjoyer. So
Yes.
Oh yeah. Unreal. Well, I want to thank you all for coming out and being on the stream today. This has been really, really fantastic. And I've got something really excited to share with everybody back home. If you're a lore nerd or really love the narrative around Diablo, we've actually got a copy of our next novel coming to the Diablo franchise.
Ooh!
This is The Lost Herodrum, written by Matthew J. Kirby in close tandem with the development team. It launches on April 21st, and it covers the story of the Lost Herodrum, and it is the official prequel novel to the Lord of Hatred expansion. So if you want to know everything that was kind of going on leading up to these events, this is definitely something you're going to want to check out now. Pre-order is live, and the book comes out on April 21st, right ahead of the Lord of Hatred expansion. So, I mean, I'm sure people are going to bomb through this in a week, but it's a great little prepper for when the expansion goes live. And just to give a quick recap of everything coming with the Lord of Hatred expansion,
Are the Diablo novels good? Yes, and they come with the cookbook. Everybody knows that.
We've got a really handy infographic that takes you through everything. Like we mentioned, the campaign, the classes, the region, and a whole lot more to get into. And we'll have more details in that live stream that we're going to have closer to expansion launch in April. And then for Season of Slaughter, it launches on March 11th. You're going to be able to become the Butcher. There's kill streaks, butcher skills, a new reliquary. We've got Doom the Dark Ages, new unique, and of course that Paladin free trial. And when Season of Slaughter goes live on March 11th, you'll actually be able to grab this Twitch Drops that's going to start with the season. It is the two-handed, we've got free reliquary items coming with Doom the Dark Ages. That Shield Saw cosmetic looks pretty badass. And of course, if you collect all of these in the free reliquary, you will get this town portal in the bottom right corner, which looks just absolutely insane. And then when Season of Slaughter goes live, you will be able to grab this bow cosmetic starting on March 11th. Just watch any streamer in the Diablo 4 category that has drops enabled on their channel for 2 hours to grab this badass bow cosmetic.
Oh,
and of course, on March 9th, you'll be able to pre-download the 2.6.0 patch update on Battle.net.
Is it possible for the people watching to stop bringing up Last Epoch? We're not talking about Last Epoch right now. Is that possible?
Xbox and PlayStation, so you can load right in, and then when 2.6.0 goes live on March 11th, you'll be able to jump into Season of Slaughter, which will be really great. So I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who's been here. Thanks for hanging out and answering all the questions.
You're welcome.
I want to give a massive thanks to production, Filthy Rich and the boys. Thanks for putting on a great show as always. And I want to thank everyone at home for tuning in and checking out the stream. We're really excited to get Season of Slaughter in front of you on March 11th. So we'll see you all in Sanctuary.
Oh, I can't wait. It's going to be so fun.
Oh, yeah. All right. What do you guys think? So, for the people that have hung out for the last 90 minutes, did this presentation on the Season of Slaughter, kill streaks, become the butcher, bloodied items, bloodied nightmare dungeons, did this sell you on playing Season 12, March 11th? What do you guys think? I'm not talking about the expansion in the Warlock. I'm talking about the next season, March 11th. All right, let's see. Let's get some feedback. I'm hyped. I'm pretty impressed. I'm ready. 0 out of 10. Shin's ready. 8 out of 10. It was fine, but I'm not playing Season 12. Too much pausing. 20 out of 10. Definitely going to play D4 over PoE. No, absolutely no. I was going to play it anyway. 7 out of 10. Definitely playing Season 12. No. Oh, yeah, fun. I play every season. I want to play. If I wasn't going to be deep in PoE, then yeah, PoE. I hate the butcher idea. A little hyped to see the skill tree expansion. 6 out of 10. I'm playing. Was already going to play it. I was impressed. I'll get the Doom Ring and leave. Seems like the same season as always. I don't own D4, but I'm intrigued. Paladin is a little more compelling than anything they've shown. I was dumb enough to put my money into it, so I will try it. This will pull me away from Marvel Heroes. Finally, people who play D4 over PoE have a mental issue. I mean, arguably, Bert, PoE or Diablo is a larger game. It has a bigger core audience, but it's not fair. They started it all. Will be fun. I'm too focused on Dragonkin. It'll hold me over till the expansion. Won't rate till the expansion drops. Very meh for me, but D4 has always been good for a few days. Don't have to pay for stash tabs. Multi-millions of players. Yeah, a lot of people play Diablo. You like Warlock or Paladin more? Obviously, I've played the Paladin. Based upon what I saw, Paladin. But maybe we could squeeze some minion classes out of the Warlock. It's actually funny, that statement. Anybody that chooses Diablo 4 over PoE 1, what did he say, has mental issues? I don't know if that's true. PoE, like, comparing those two games, like kind of the professional ARPG and then more of just a blaster, blow up the screen style game. I think that's totally different play styles and what people consider fun. I could totally see why one would pick one over the other. I agree. Paladin feels like a better design class. Oh, for sure. Completely different. Yeah. Aaron, are you going to play minions in Diablo? No way. I actually don't play minions in Diablo. I play Barbarian and Paladin. So I know you're kind of joking, but that's actually is different. I don't play minions in Diablo. I like them all. I would choose D4 every day. Hammer, you would choose D4 over Mirage PoE 1. Yeah, it's a wild statement to make. They are targeting a completely different audience. Yes, very different. I would play D4, but they release them too close together. I know. You are a minion guy. So let me get this straight, Toxic. I'm the minion guy, the Wicked guy, the Dragon King guy, the Last Epoch guy, the Polka guy. And don't say Beastmaster. I'm really hyped to see what's coming to D2R. That is all correct. What? Here comes the Aaron labels. I'm going to play D4 and PoE. See, you could play PoE 1, Mirage. You could check out Season 12, March 11th of Diablo. You could check out Dragonkin 1.0, March 16th. You could check out Crimson Desert, March 19th. You could check out Last Epoch, March 26th. You could dabble in all of them. Yeah, I don't like PoE for me. Just too complex. Yeah. Lots of dabbling going on. What's up, Roland? Yes, I saw the Rift Breaker expansion. I actually enjoy PoE until I get to maps. That is really funny because most people will shield rush their way through the campaign to start the game at maps. There's a lot of friction in PoE, but that's the way it's designed. When I was working a lot, D4 was good to just chill and kill stuff. That is true. All right. 43 minutes until our podcast starts. I need to flip everything off of Diablo. Uno momento, por favor. Let's see. By the way, I told Brow to find me the sheep sweater. If you guys didn't see, the sheep sweater, that she was wearing is currently sold out, and it's $168. I could pull this off. All right, maybe not. It was a limited time Target exclusive. Is that what it is? Is that what it really is? Is that true? Yikes. What? You don't think I could pull it off? Come on. The Dark West. What's the timer for the next subathon? You can't be serious. Are you joking, Bear? Are you? Please. I'm late to the party. Yes. Good morning and good evening. Hi. Bear, if you look at the timer, it says podcast start. The podcast for the Dark West starts in 41 minutes. Podcast starts in 41 minutes. Yes. Got it. Yep. Now, let's do this. All right, everybody. If you don't know what's going on, I put out a video a couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago, something like that. And it was about a new ARPG that was announced. The game that was announced is The Dark West. This is a new Western isometric action RPG, okay? After I put out that video, the developers reached out to me and asked if they wanted to come on the podcast, and I said absolutely. So me and Frosty LaRue will be bringing on Lighty and Wooly. So it'll be Frosty, Lighty, and Wooly. So I guess I didn't... The Dark West. Coming soon. Coming soon. So, yeah, that is what me and Frosty will be covering today for Town Portal Podcast. Demons, zombies, and cowboys. That's right. Hey, and you better not be talking about Last Epoch the whole time. Don't even think about it. Oh no, the subathon timer is low. It's not a subathon timer. Okay, let's go through questions. All right. These are the questions we came up with yesterday. Okay. The Dark West organized question list. So I'm going to tell you what me and Frosty have planned. And a lot of these questions were from the community yesterday. Obviously, at the end of the podcast, we will open it up for Q&A. When can we play the game? Planned release date, early access date, pricing, game concept and inspiration. What made you want to create a Western-style ARPG? Is the setting based on real history? Is it more fantasy-inspired? What exactly is happening lore-wise? Are we normal cowboys and then all of a sudden demons attack the town? What types of enemies will we encounter? Cultists, undead, like vampires or zombies, werewolves? What is the tone of the world? Serious, humor, or a mix? Cultural inspiration. Which Western movies or stories inspired the game? Gameplay style and control. Can the game be played point and click, or is it primarily WASD controller based? Classes and characters. We already know about the Padre. What other classes exist? Future classes. What are the future classes planned? What is the process or philosophy behind designing a new class? Would archetypes like the monk or sorcerer not fit the theme? Are there plans for a minion style class like a necromancer or beastmaster? I don't know why beastmaster is here. That's it. This question, I should probably delete it because nobody, I'm going to leave it on for now. But who made that list? The Houndmaster. That's right. We made this list as a community yesterday. No, I want my sheriff with the dogs. Oh, brother. Character customization. Will classes be preset avatars like Last Epoch, or will players be able to customize their character's appearance? Combat styles. Are classes mostly ranged? Will there be melee play styles as well? Weapons and equipment. What types of weapons are planned? Are they all guns, or will there be other types of weapons? Will players be able to modify their guns, scopes, upgrades, etc.? Loot and itemization. Will endgame characters primarily use dropped gear, crafted/grafted gear, or a combination? What does a legendary item look like in this game? Does it just have higher stats or unique effects? Can you craft onto a legendary item? Systems and quality of life. Will the game have loot filters? Will there be cosmetics or transmogs? Crafting and economy. Will the game have crafting? Will players be able to trade items with each other? Difficulty and challenge. How complex is the game compared to other ARPGs? Will it be more accessible like Diablo 4 or highly complex like Path of Exile? What kind of challenge will the game offer? Will there be difficulty settings? Will there be a hardcore mode? World and activities, Western themed activities. Will players be able to shoot someone in the back over a matter of $80? Get it? It's Will there be train robbers? Are duels planned as a mechanic? Will there be bar fights or saloon brawls against waves of enemies? We get it. That's my question. It made the list. That's a question I would ask. That's right. That's right. So that's what we got so far. I feel like if we legitimately got all these questions answered, we would have a pretty damn good understanding of the game. Right now, I don't think anybody has played it other than just some dev Q&As that we've heard from them. So this is what we currently got. Can you get a pet? Can you pet a dog in this game? Of course, everybody knows that. Yeah, these are good questions. Deal breaker if they don't have brothels. You think that's a requirement? We'll get the controller support. That's going to be under right here. Can the game be played point and click, or is it primarily WASD controller? So we'll talk through that. If you can't pet the dog, the game's dead. PvP, I've got that. Ask if they have red rings. Guys, we're not talking any last epoch questions. Do you understand? Do you? Is that a... Do you understand? Guys? Is there a lasso ability or item? Lasso ability? What about Lassie is the dog? Get it? Because lasso and Lassie or... No. What? How about a Stone of Jordan? No? Oh, brother. What? Stop it and get some help. Last Epoch, never heard of it. Bro. No, stop. Come on. That was a good one. Can I summon a T-Rex? Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. All right. Let's watch another Dark West video. Podcast starts in 32 minutes. This is what we watched yesterday, the breakdown of their first class. So we will watch this as we prepare.
Major Aimless here, and welcome to the Dark West. It's time for another dev vlog, and we want to keep you guys informed as to what's been going on behind the scenes. As always, it's important to us that the community helps us with what kind of game we're making, so we can get the kind of game out to you guys that you deserve. Today, we want to take some time and show you what's been going on with our second class, the Padre. When we started working on a second character for the Dark West, there was a lot of question of what we should do. And one of the things that I've always really enjoyed in ARPGs is a caster, but a normal spellcaster, a wizard, a magician doesn't really make sense in the Dark West. So I was like, how do we translate that to our game and our vision? And, you know, thinking about it for a while, one of the things that came to me is, you know, we have good and evil, dark and light is a big theme in the game. And there's a lot of overlap, and there's, you know, a lot of times that it's not clear cut on either of them. And so it was like, what about a character that, you know, uses the light to fight the darkness, and maybe went so far as to... Maybe went too far, and now they're also using the darkness too. And now we've developed this like caster feeling, or a caster identity in the Dark West that still feels like a caster, but it thematically makes sense with what we've done. And I think that's one of my favorite things about the Padre. A big part of building the Padre was writing his backstory. The goal wasn't just to explain who he is, but to understand what shaped him. What kind of world would produce someone like this? What kind of events would harden someone to the point where faith becomes a weapon rather than a comfort? I spent time developing that history, the events that defined him, and the path that brought him into the world players will encounter. That story helped to guide the visual direction, the tone of his abilities, and the way the character carries himself. This all played a major role in exploring his skills, abilities, and playstyles. What would be expressions in terms of power of what a person who has tread this path in the Dark West would look like? How does that play into the mindset for his playstyle in a way that also gives a new set of engagement as a unique character different from others? It just shows that every detail from start to finish is done with purpose and intention. Now, you can get a chance to see in-engine from our 3D artist and animator how things are progressing.
Hello guys, my name is Velimir. I am a lead 3D artist on a project, The Dark West. Currently we are reviewing our prize character, and this is Padre one more time. He's a priest with quite a big doubt in his own fate and from the world of what he saw and how people behave. So he's now more of a maverick, and He tries to keep a balance of his friends, and currently I'm in a stage of high poly. This is a software called ZBrush, and we are now investigating his silhouette, his height. Usually, this is the starting stage of character creation. Next stage is to prepare it for texturing, which means prepare optimization, low poly mesh. Next stage would be to create his face and his hand. He is in his late 50s, almost in the 60s, but he's still, quite a kicker, like a heavy puncher. So be aware of him.
So that's all for now on the Padre. But we don't want to just talk. We want to work with you. Best way to do that is to join our community Discord and keep an eye out for our live stream Q&As. This is your chance to make your mark and help us shape the frontier. Make sure you guys wishlist on Steam, and thank you for your support. That's all from me, and we'll see you in the Dark West.
The Padre. Is that a French accent? I don't know. What do you guys think? Oh, they must. It's a dark western after all. Wait, what are we talking about? You want vampires? That's what you want? Vampires? We actually got that question in here. Zombies, vampires, werewolves, undead, cultists. What are enemies going to look like? We've got that. Hold on. I got to do my post to Discord, letting everybody know podcast starts in 30 minutes. 30 minutes. All right, sweet. Social post out. Disconnect that. I always wanted an ARPG in the supernatural universe. I see. That would be kind of cool. All done? It hasn't. You could look. Say this. You could see the top. There's a timer. I take the time to. To put it up, to give you all the info. Okay. What other questions does anybody have? It's the subathon timer. So defeated. Be nice. I am nice. What do you mean? I am. Classic Exatheus. Is the timer for your birthday? Oh, brother. What's the timer? How big is it? You know the dev team? Wait, what? Me? He's yelling again. I'm not yelling. What is the planned end game loop? We've kind of got that. Is that when the subathon starts? No. Podcast starts in 25 minutes. I'm not yelling. Sometimes I raise my voice when I have to talk with these headphones on, because I can't hear my own voice. So it's like it's hard to, control the volume. You guys know what I mean. Why are you yelling at us? I'm not yelling at you.
Everything you're doing is bad. I want you to know this.
Guilty. We have to pause blurps. Oh, who did that? Wes, thank you. Thank you for reminding me about blurps. Oh my gosh, I always forget about that. That is what yelling is? What? No. Yep. Dang it. Thanks, West. I almost forgot. Sorry, guys. Oh, yeah, I'm in the middle of making dinner. Don't worry. West reminded me. I almost forgot that I need to pause them. I'll keep it right here. And then I'll pause it when I'm ready. Whoever did that, you ruined it. He didn't ruin it. Aaron, just don't do it yet. Let me see if I understand this correctly. Your plan, West, is to get me to not pause blurps now, thinking that I will forget. Which I'm not going to forget. He will forget. I'm not going to forget, guys. I'm not going to forget. Guilty. Hey. No, guilty. Don't let me forget, because I'll forget. So don't let me. He will. I'm not going to forget. I'm not going to forget. All right. Podcast starts in 23 minutes. Let's go over I'll remember. Thank you. Let's go over the questions one more time. So, yesterday as a community, we came up with a questions list for the developers. This is what we got. Ready? When can we play the game? What is the planned release date or early access date? What will the early access price be? Settings and theme. What made you want to create a Western style ARPG? Is the setting based on real history or is it more fantasy inspired? What's actually happening lore wise? Are we normal cowboys and then suddenly demons attack the town? What types of enemies will we encounter? Cultists, undead like vampires or zombies? Maybe werewolves? What is the tone of the world? Serious, humorous, a mix? Which Western movies or stories inspired the game? Or bears? I don't know what engine they're using. Is it Cowboys versus Aliens? Yeah, we'll get all that. Can the game be played point and click, or is it primarily WASD controller based? Current classes, we already know about the Padre. What other classes exist right now? Future plans. What future classes are planned? What is the process or philosophy behind designing new classes? Did they vote on a Padre? I don't know. They just showed a design meeting for it. Would archetypes like the monk or sorcerer not fit the theme? Are there plans for minion-style classes like necromancer or beastmaster? Character customization. Will classes be preset avatars like Last Epoch, or will players be able to customize their appearance? Combat styles. Are they mainly ranged, or will you be able to play melee play styles? Can I be a sheriff? We'll see. He needs to ask about... I didn't write the necromancer question. This came from the community. This is not, guys, this wasn't me. This one isn't... That one's not on me. Okay? So... I don't even want to ask that question, but everybody wants me to. Onion. Possess minion class weapons. What type of weapons are planned? Guns. Are there other weapon types? Will you be able to modify your guns, scopes, upgrades, etc.? Loot and itemization. Will endgame characters primarily use dropped gear, crafted or grafted gear, or a combination? What does a legendary item look like in the game? Do they just have higher stats or unique effects? Can you craft onto a legendary item? Loot filter, cosmetics, transmogs, crafting, trading. How complex is the game compared to other ARPGs? Is it more D4 or PoE? What kind of challenge will the game offer? Will there be difficulty settings? Will there be hardcore mode? Western activities. Will players be able to shoot someone in the back over a matter of $80? Train robbers, duels, and saloon brawls. Auto sort. Is it going to have a sort button? If I remember, I'll add a sort button question to it. Okay, you got your hot seat questions ready now? Oh, brother. I don't have any hot seat questions ready. Okay, guys, we need some hot seat questions. Oh, brother. What? Sort button? How much AI goes into the Dark West? Uh-oh. Pause. Auto pickup. How much will stash tabs be? I'll just form the question like that. That's perfect. I got transmog. I've got multiplayer. I already got the controller question. We've got, well, I'm AI. Mat stack size. Got a town to upgrade. Got Easter eggs. Oh. Pet the dog. Multiplayer. Cow level. Weapon types, got it. We already got controller question. Regional prices is not for like hot seat. Trading, got it. Crafting, got it. Building, got it. Weapon upgrades, got it. A bazaar, we have trade offline mode. Loot filter, got it. Controller, got it. Multi-class, we'll kind of touch on that. Can't type. Crafting, got it. Decorate my saloon, got it. MTX, got it. Real money auction house is what everybody wants. Mounts. Graphical settings, waifu, waypoints versus map size. Can I ride a train between zones for fast travel? I mean, come on, what's a cowboy without a horse? What engine? I'm sure that'll come up. What's a cowboy without a cowgirl? Cowgirl. We'll just leave it at that. There's so many ways I could add to that question. Cam options. How unique is the game compared to gameplay options? Characters, got that. A rope. How will I use a rope? I want a bison or a grizzly as a mount. Set items? Get out of here, Odin. I'm not even reading that. You like that, Ricky? Dude, what if it was like Grand Theft Auto? and there was a sheriff in town. And when you did bad things, you also had to kind of like deal with that. That'd be kind of fun. UI customization. Can we hang bad guys? Linear story or more open world? Aaron, there is demons attacking the world. Well, if the demons are attacking, you know, it's like think of The Walking Dead, right? The zombies are attacking the world, but the whole show is around humans fighting. So it's like you know, that kind of deal. You guys know what I'm talking about. Will there be a Last Epoch collab? Now you're making me upset. Now I was here and you just brought me to here. You don't want to see me up here. I was down here and now I'm here. So just you don't want that. Okay? Turns out humans are the bad guys. Rodeo, can we hang good guys? He's getting mad. Loot filter, I got that. Dive distance.
Something, princess? You are ugly when you're angry.
Dude, I already forgot about blurps. I'm glad you just did that. Will there be marriage? What kind of game do you guys think this is? That's a good one. Night.
Pay attention.
Where did that come from? He's going to yell again. My timer goes off in 5 minutes. Perfect. Can we build our house? We have like a hideout question. I obviously don't know what the hell I'm doing. What am I doing exactly? Will there be polka? Wild Wild West? Bank? Do I have rob a bank? We got train robbers. All right, I'll put train/bank robbers. Dodge and sprint. Dodge and sprint's a good one. Will there be blurps? Very funny. Drinking. Whiskey. Damn it. That's on my list too. The dodge one. Farming. I got pause already. Any chance for cowboys versus aliens? Is that good? Everyone keeps bringing it. Yeah, WASD, I got that. Dueling, got it. Pause, got it. Multiplayer, got it. Any chance for cowboys versus aliens? We're not getting to all these questions. OMG, I had that one too for aliens. Tab overlay minimap. Can I put Aaron on my wanted list and turn him in for a bounty? Well, that wouldn't happen because you couldn't catch me. So it's not possible. Will it have LE crafting? Oh man, I'm loving the chat ideas. It's pretty interesting what you could do with a Western theme ARPG. Oh, brother. What? It's good content for the video. We're at 9 minutes. Uh-oh. I'm ready for this, right? Guys? Horse taming. We've got horses. Fast travel, I've got it. Horses, got it. Weapons going to be guns only. Got it. Wanted posters. All right. Cows. We have secret cow level and we have cowgirl. Bar fights. We've got it. Bounties, kind of. There's no way we're getting through all these questions. There's no chance. Can we ride a buffalo? Oh, brother. Leave some questions for Frosty to ask. Frosty has some questions. Frosty? Honestly, this stream is so late, I'm going to be asleep. So Frosty's actually, he's taking care of most of the stuff. So, all right, that's it. If you have anything else you want to say, we'll do it at the Q&A at the end. That is good for questions. All right, is there anything I need to know on the Steam page? Dark West is an action RPG that challenges both your skill and sanity. Uh-oh, I've already lost that. Face a cursed western frontier where faith and damnation war beneath an eternal dusk. Your choices will carve a path through the world where greed unearths something fouler than death. Okay. Smallpox. Will Wyatt Earp make an appearance? Will there be a skippable campaign? What about Clint? Here we go. You guys, I don't know if they have access to Clint Eastwood, you know. Master brutal combat. Build your path of damnation. Explore a dying world. Trust only your steel. Oh boy. The true test awaits. All right, this should be good. Why I can't find that on Steam. It's called The Dark West. The Dark West. All right. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. 6 minutes. I'm just going to go say goodnight to my kids since I'll be podcasting when they go to bed. Because I'm a good father. Sometimes.
Pay attention.
Anything special going on tonight? Pause blurps. Thank you. Blurps. Paused. There you go. Unpause blurps. Ha! They paused? Okay, perfect. Good. Thanks for the reminder. Guys, I wouldn't have forgot. You can't pause ads. You cannot pause ads. It's very annoying. I wish it worked like that. Damn, I can't even run an ad. Why does Guilty have to be such a good mod? I know, it sucks. So up here, in here, I can manually run an ad. You see this? But right now it's grayed out because an ad is incoming. It's so annoying. 10 minutes. It won't even let me manually run it. Terrible. You can if you subscribe. Well, that's true. All right. Let me check in with them. Okay. All the lights are on. Unpause. Don't unpause it. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Perfect. It's letting me run an ad right now. I'm going to be able to turn off pre-rolls for about 50 minutes. Doing that now. I'm manually running an ad. There's not going to be any F-bombs today. I don't know. Is there? All right. No F-bombs. Yeah, no F-bombs. Right? You guys, I'll have your chat kind of up. This is my new like multi-chat tool. So, but don't try and distract me, all right? Don't try and distract me. All right? There's too much chat on the screen. We would never try and distract you. I know. I'm aware. I am aware. F-bomb incoming. No, there's no F-bombs. Everybody knows that. Right, Frosty? 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 Sure. No F-bombs. By the way, just FYI, we didn't get to do like a rehearsal. So if everybody's camera's in the wrong space and the audio's messed up, I'll fix that right at the beginning. So don't worry about that. All right. FYI bomb. I'm ready. Frosty, you ready? Let's do this. Okay, everybody. Let's kill this clock. Podcast image and text. Okay. What's about to happen is the stream is going to go silent and you're going to just be right back. All right. You're going to see the be right back. And then when the podcast will be starting, you guys know how it goes. I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab Frosty, Wooly, and Lighty. It's the stream of ease. It'll be fine. All right. The Dark West podcast starts in a few seconds. I will be right back.
tonight, along with Aaron and Frosty. We're taking flight, tune in, level up, turn the quest. In the world of action, we're the best. Welcome to the Town Portal Podcast.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the official Town Portal Podcast, episode 15. Tonight, we have a little bit of a later stream, and we're going to be talking about a brand new isometric action RPG that we can't wait to get into our hands, titled The Dark West. Now, if you guys don't know this about me, Westerns are my favorite genre of movie. It's actually the reason why I made a video on this game, and I'm so excited to chat with the developers today. With me, as always, is my co-host, Mr. Frosty LaRue. He wasn't able to join us on the last podcast, but I've dragged him back. He is here today. Why don't you say hello, Mr. Frosty?
Hello, Aaron. Good to be back. So, yeah, Aaron already gave me a proper introduction here. So now it's my turn to welcome the folks riding into town today. We've got Lighty and Wooly here with us to talk about a brand new ARPG frontier called The Dark West. And I gotta say, I've been super excited to sink my spurs into this one. A dark frontier, occultists on the loose, and gunslingers trying to keep them at bay. Sounds like my kind of trouble we're settling up for. So, Lighty and Wooly, welcome to the show. Why don't you introduce yourselves?
Sure. Hey, I'm Matt Lighty. I am, in the ARPG space as a streamer and content creator, and for the past few months and the many next years, I'll be working with developing The Dark West in a production design role. And along with Wooly here.
Hello, yeah, Wooly, same thing. I'm design and QA on The Dark West.
Very, very cool. How long have you guys been working on this title? Because I feel like it came out of nowhere. I had a couple community members like, dude, we know you love Westerns. Have you seen this game yet? Not only do you love ARPGs, you love Westerns. How long has this been a project for you guys?
It's been many months now for myself, but only in the past, I would say 4 months-ish, we've been ramping up heavily. Wooly here has been on the project for longer in a few capacities.
Yeah, so Kevin, the game director, reached out. Is kind of grassroots, if you will. Like, he was using Twitch more of like a LinkedIn in a sense, right? You can get the sense. I'm sure you guys, as content creators yourselves, you can kind of know when someone's being genuine and they have a passion about something. So yeah, the project itself, I think it's been an inkling for over a year for sure. Probably a little more than that at this point, like maybe 14, 15 months. But as Lighty said, really have ramped things up the past only 5-6 months, something like that. So yeah, it's definitely a very rapid production cycle we have right now for sure.
Very cool.
That's cool. Nice. For anyone just like who doesn't know exactly what to expect from this game, do you have like a general overview of like the theme, the style that you can kind of just quickly explain?
Yeah, Wooly can answer that one. I think he's got a good grasp of the vibe.
Yeah, it's basically just run and gun, essentially. Not all the classes are going to be like entirely centric on weapons, but for the most part, we are looking at like, 70% what you would call like horde clearing, just killing monsters, getting some loot, moving on to the next pack, and then 30% more, I guess, not deterministic, but more you're going into a big engagement, you need to focus up like a boss fight or in a big elite fight, something like that. But other than that, it's set in the Wild West. Who doesn't like a good Western, as you said? We figured this was kind of an untapped space. A lot of developers are really going, and ARPGs specifically are going down the high fantasy route, which is fine. We all like our knights and our dragons and all that stuff. But we feel the West is definitely an untapped space. And it has a lot of themes that can easily carry over into a more serious tone, just all of the desperation in a sense, and especially because we have occult the themes and magic, all that stuff. So we definitely feel like it's a little more of a serious take on ARPG, something that's definitely coming back as we see with stuff like Diablo 4, but something that's been neglected in a sense for a little while.
One of the things also is, we tapped on why a Western to a degree, and it's just one of those things that Aaron can attest to. It just burns such a specific vision in your mind when you think of Western. Anyone, especially in America, like, oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. Whether it's like, the Blood Meridian books or Bone Tomahawk, Tombstone, Red Dead Redemption. There's so many references to Western, And then the occult tie-in is where having an ARPG, unless it's set in hyper-realism, we need a way of explaining how certain things work. Why do we have infinite ammo? Why is our character respawning? Like, just these basic questions that sometimes don't get answered. In ARPGs especially, there's a lot of, like, maybe explanation gaps that occur with basic systems and mechanics. So our occult tie-in not only hits the, folklore, shamanistic kind of things appropriate to the era and time period, but also it just is a really easy way for us to explain a lot of stuff.
I find it very interesting. We've been gathering questions from the community, and I didn't even realize how many Western themes you could throw in. There's talk about bank robbers and saloons and trains and horses and rope and hangings and all. I was like, I literally have a list of like 40 things from the community that are all just Western references.
Yep,
So
we got our own list as well, believe us.
Yeah, it explains itself. It evokes such a, like you said, being in a Western, even not a cult, but just like a Western setting, you'd think it puts you like in a box, but that box is not a curse. It's a blessing, because you have a million things that you could say, oh, well, you're Western, so you're going to have that like gunslinger vibe. You're going to have the high noon. You're going to have the duel. You're going to have the saloon. Like, there's so many things you could tap into. And it's, as we lead up to a demo state, an EA state, a release state, we have so much room for development and expansion, just checking all those boxes. And it's just one of those things where, for us, having these sort of things added to the game, it just has to tick a certain amount of boxes. Does it make sense from systems and mechanics? Does it make sense from our lore perspective, what we have written? Does it make sense for Western? And most importantly, does it make sense from an ARPG standpoint to have fun in? We can have all these things, but if they're not fun, it's like, okay, well, we're just doing it for doing it. It's like, no, not here. We're doing it because it's supposed to be enjoyable, and it also has to tick all the boxes.
Nice.
Now, when you were starting the development process for this game, you were thinking first, you know what? I want it to be a Western, or were there any other options in mind? Or you were like, I need an ARPG, it needs to be Western, and this is exactly what I want to do.
Yeah, Kevin was definitely thinking about multiple different things. He grew up playing Diablo 2, a bunch like who didn't, right? Everyone that's playing modern action RPGs. D2 is a massive influence. And yeah, he definitely ping-ponged between a few things, but once the seed was planted for a Western, he really was just like, it makes total sense. Just, I'm going to pursue the Western one for sure. So yeah, basically once it was set in there, like probably 8 months ago, if not a little more, just going full hog, so to speak, with it.
It was like, we're doing it. Yeah.
It's just one of those things where, because the community, this game is so community driven, not only from people like myself and Wooly now playing like, the most major roles in its design, but community driven in the sense of we're tapping into our Reddit, Discord, any communities we can have access to kind of poll engage their response to things. And the initial seed of Western was nothing different, to where it was there was such a visceral response where it's like, oh, snap, that's something that like everyone can, it kind of puts a smile on everyone's face where it's like, oh, I could totally see that. And it's like crazy how it hasn't happened to like the degree of something like a Diablo or a PoE or a Last Epic or whatever, like that level of seriousness.
Okay. Now, a question I get a lot: demo, early access, full release. When do you think, obviously no one's going to hold you to a date, but is it 2026? When do you think this will be playable, even at just a demo state?
Yeah, so we are gearing up towards the June Steam Next Fest, and that's the only thing I could really tell you that's solid. Things are going to build off of that, but that's our main current goal, is to do something stable for that, and then hopefully, if reception is good and progress is good and no hiccups, knock on wood, then things should be cascading shortly after, ideally.
Now, I understand you can't commit to anything here, but when it does launch in early access, are you planning to have it be like Act 1, or is there going to be some end game? What are you thinking we're going to see in the first early access?
The goal is to have the EA launch with, I'll say, roughly 40% of the overarching campaign experience, and we're going to be launching with 2 different versions of what an endgame would be. So we have a sort of systematic progression endgame going to use the term loosely like PoE's Delve, but I'm not going to get into specifics. But the idea is it kind of goes on forever to a degree, and that's a compounding difficulty scenario. And then the alternate endgame is, I'm going to use again PoE terms, but like early PoE 0.6 Maelstrom of Chaos, which was basically like an infinite map, an infinite instance slice. So in LE, it'd be like a monolith that just keeps resetting with random modifiers. That's your way of expressing the system mechanics of the game. So you could do everything you built for the system of the game of progressing through the campaign and have it propagate kind of randomly in that instance slice. That'll scale to your level relatively. So
Nice.
two different representations. We feel that launching without an launching without an endgame in EA would be kind of an injustice to the player base, especially because this is a game coming from ARPG veterans for ARPG lovers. So it's like, we're not messing around in that regard.
I love that you mentioned Delve. I'm always so surprised how Delve isn't taken and modified for other games because it was so popular and still is so popular for Path of Exile. No, that's great.
For like our version of that, where with anything we do in our game space, like I mentioned, the kind of say of ticking the boxes earlier, but it's like when we add something we're being very forward thinking about is the idea that when we add any system or mechanic, the quality of life is introduced on launch, and things are being made with no friction forward. So if there's a point of friction in a mechanic, say there's a large amount of currency that mechanic gave, and it didn't pick up automatically or something, or there wasn't storage for that currency, or just any point of friction, I feel like, again, that would be like a disappointment. So we're trying to make sure those things are introduced thoughtfully. So for like a Dell, we're not going to, like, in that respect, we're not going to be following a cart around, probably. But the encapsulating the experience of how you feel going down in Delve, deeper, darker, scarier, difficult, more loot, but removing some of the friction and things that aren't required.
Now, I know I saw it was like a gunslinger class, and Aaron just played a video of the Padre class that's coming out. On early access, are you thinking 3 classes? How many in total for when it first launches, and how many you think you might have at launch?
Yeah, the 2 we've revealed are definitely the 2 that we want to polish up and make sure they're like as close to perfect as possible for the EA launch. Of course, as the feedback comes in, we'll make adjustments. And then tentatively, yes, we do have another class in development right now, but no, we can't set that in stone. But yeah, we're looking at the Padre and the Gunslinger for sure.
I can speak to that a little bit further. So there's when we're releasing this in a demo than EA the launch state, and with that comes from our POV a level of over designing because we're kind of future proofing. So everything you could think of and all those suggestions we have in our Discord or our Twitch chats or our Reddits, they're not falling on deaf ears. They're being, hoveled away in some document that I made, and then we're going to work on them. And so there's tons of other things planned for, a year down the line. These are one of those things where we have conversations with our game director, and it's like, I don't even want to tell him to make him think we're trying to sneak something else in, to a launch, whatever. But that being said, yes, we have many things planned for the future, and we're not going to be doing anything presented soon, but we're always thinking about things going forward.
Yep. Lighty loves his documents. Trust me, he's got.
I love
quite
so many documents, hundreds. Yeah.
For anybody just tuning in right now, we are talking about the new isometric action RPG. Hopefully, getting a demo and some early access this year, titled The Dark West. I saw some questions. What game are we discussing? What type of enemies will we encounter in the Dark West? Cultists, undead, vampires, zombies, werewolves. What will the packs be like?
There's some of those things. So even today we just had in our community Discord, there was a bunch of suggestion videos about, this is the most famous Western families, top 100 cryptids in whatever folklore. So from those sort of things, there are things we're pulling, right? Because we're trying to root as much as we can in realism or pseudo-realism. Yeah. So anything you could think of that's period appropriate folklore, we're probably having some iteration of anything you can expect in the Dark West or a Western setting. So if there's a horse, will we have horses? Maybe not horses per se, but some sort of occult variation of a horse? Yeah, definitely. All those sort of things we're having, because that's going to be the best way of keeping it world building forward. So it's all grounded in the theme of the setting, but just with that little creepy occult twist, or a little more exaggerated, a little bit more violent, a little bit more corrupted.
Yeah. Since you brought it up, it was a question for
yeah.
later, but you said a horse. I think the number one question I got was around horses. How can you possibly have a Western if there's no horses? And obviously that's from like enemies to mounts to taking care of a horse. Like, you got anything you want to talk about around horses?
Well, there'll be some horses. I'm not going to tell you where we're going to have them specifically.
Okay.
Mounts is a contentious discussion, because the way that mounts have been presented in ARPGs currently, for us, is definitely leaning towards underwhelming to not needed, I would say, is the polite way of saying it. If it doesn't add something to the gameplay, because the gameplay is the most important thing,
Of course,
then we're not going to shoehorn it in for a setting, right? So it has to exist with the gameplay forward. Does that mean there might not be an interactable where there's a horse involved, or there's like a event where there's a horse involved, or horses that definitely, I can just tell you, horses are an enemy type in some way. So it's like there is horses in ways, but not, for the sake of just, we're going to have a horse because
it's a Western.
We have to.
Yeah.
That might be like a post-launch thing. Maybe you can breed your own horses or something. I'm not, again, don't put it.
Hey, Stardew Valley.
I think I think Crimson Desert has like horse races or some kind of races you could race around with. I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, so maybe like that as like a mini game thing, or like there was horse betting, and I mean, well, that's a whole other conversation with the gambling on Steam. But there's like, in general, tangentially possibly, but as a mainstay system-wide mechanic, if it makes sense from a gameplay perspective, it'll be explored. You can trust that we'll do our due diligence there.
Nice.
Speaking of horses, your philosophy of creating your classes in your world seems to be very realistic. So it's like you're going to have something that actually fits the world. It actually works how it should work. So if you had a movement skill where you popped a horse out of nowhere and you ran, would that be too out of the ordinary, too unrealistic for your game?
Yes, but as with everything, because typically many people pitch me many things. So I get a lot of these things where it's like, what if you just manifested a horse? It's like, well, we could do it if we do it right. So we have a lot of occult undertones, and 95% of that in-game is what I describe as below table, where you're not, there's not demon gods and celestial beings running around, but some things are happening behind the scenes that are making the world churn. So through that, you could tap into a lot of explanations for things. So is it just a horse manifesting out of nowhere? Probably not. If that horse was somehow a spectral steed, that might make sense if we had it tapped into into our system, because our in-game lore has things where we have these two large factions, the Damned and the Order, and they both use this power that is tapping into brands, branding their flesh, branding their clothing, their weapons with different symbols, okay? And these symbols are how they tap into our world's magic system. So could they have dug up the corpse of a horse, branded one, and used it in a temporary setting to then move like you would like a crusader in Diablo or something? Yeah, that's now almost in the wheelhouse of our game. So as long as we can explain it, then it's kind of on the table, but it just has to make sense.
Frosty's follow-up question is there any chance the horse would potentially be a cosmetic that you could sell for an
Maybe
exorbitant amount
we
of
could put
money?
some armor on it.
Horse armor, battle pass. We're gonna sell. Yeah, we're gonna send to a horse.
Different colored skins.
Maybe. Yeah.
You mentioned factions just now. You said there's two major factions. Are you going to be able to align yourself with one or the other in the game?
Yeah. So
is there?
The way it works, how to best explain it, I don't want to say like Mass Effect, but the way that when you have choices, a meter is moving behind the scene, and that meter is aligning you more or less with the different factions, and there's a neutrality in the middle. Now, one thing I want to be very clear about is, again, this game is designed ARPG gameplay forward. So there's no FOMO for picking a wrong faction.
It's not gonna be like, wow, you don't have to grind your rep up and get like
no grinding rep.
There's
There's no meta choice. There's no only that vendor has this item. No, it's just gonna be a level of flavor and like minor discounts, different dialogue, different interactions as you encounter these factions in the wild, in the world. Their level of hostility towards you will be different depending on what your back end meters are going to be, right? But it's just not going to be where you're going to be like, oh, I can't believe I picked the order and my build should have picked that. That's just kind of not.
It's not
again,
build
just
defining.
not player forward.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So. Yeah, TLDR. Yes, there's going to be some behind the scenes shenanigans with it, but it's going to be where it's more about the stylistic and flavor choices as you're building that world out, and those decisions have repercussions.
That's awesome. Would you say the Dark West is more serious or humorous or a mix of both? Like, if someone logs into the game, what would they expect from that perspective?
Go ahead, if you were going to say it. I would say it's leaning on the side of serious, but we're definitely not taking ourselves too seriously, if that makes sense.
Yeah. It's violent. That's what it really is. I mean, it's pretty violent. Yeah. There's a couple systems that we're developing that are, we'll just say blood forward, dismemberment forward, maim forward. But there's definitely like there's so many Easter eggs just from like a naming scheme and flavor text perspective. I mean, again, talking about Westerns, as an example of something myself and the game director Kevin discussed many moons ago, we were naming enemies for this like wanted poster bounty system. And we were coming up with like basically puns based off of famous Westerns. And one of them was like, instead of like Wyatt Earp, it was like Wyatt Herp. And he was covered in like pustules. And
there you go.
So there's like a lot of things like that. Even today, during our community meeting, we were talking about these famous sort of Western families. The Bloody Bender family was one of them, a famous family that was like of serial killers. So we have we'll have NPCs named after these people and and all these little nuggets of things. But definitely more serious and more mature is maybe the better word.
Yeah, that's a better word. Yeah.
The faction should be the Hatfields and the McCoys or something like that. That would be freaking awesome. Oh my gosh.
So we'll definitely have that's a good example of we're going to have in a lot of, so part of our, not to divulge too much here, but part of our quest and skill progression is we have it set. There's a ton of back end math that I'm not going to go into details about, but for character level progression and skill points and all that stuff. And we're going to have to introduce various skill points at curated breakpoints through questing. So we have a lot of extra little mini quests here and there and side quests. So there's tons of room for those flavors of, you go to this little encampment and there's two families fighting and they're maybe named something not quite Hatfield and McCoy, but you would pick up on it. So and then you have to intervene in some way and maybe one's branded, one's damned. Maybe you pick a side, maybe that has a repercussion. So a lot of room to grow there.
Yep. And to just bounce off real quick, the more, violent aspect, like Letty was saying, bloody violent aspect, that we are primarily a shooter right now. Obviously, with the Western theme, you're going to expect revolvers and shotguns and lever actions, all that stuff. And the systems, I don't know how much you want me to divulge here, but basically the systems that we're incorporating are projectiles. We're trying to make projectiles as interesting as possible. And specifically, when they hit an enemy, what is the enemy going to do? How is their reaction? Are they going to flinch backwards? Are they going to, maybe get a limb blown off? That kind of thing. So we are really, not even doubling, tripling down on making sure that just the visceral feel of things is very satisfying, because it's an action RPG, right? The action is literally the first word in the genre. So we're trying to, really get that set in stone.
And a lot of people skip that part, the combat feel, like the enemy reacting to getting hit. So that's great that you guys are discussing and talking about that early on. That's awesome.
That's to Willie's point. Even he was just going over, I think it was last week with our audio lead Ignacio, just sending shotgun sounds, because it's one of those things that is so ubiquitous with using a shotgun. Is what's it sound like to reload? What's it sound like to shoot? We got to nail those things, right? Because it's going to be such an expectation for, when you hear that, it's oh, everyone knows that. That's something, what does a double barrel sound like versus a fouling, all these things. So
yeah, sounds very important. You mentioned possibly knocking a limb off. Is that something you guys are testing internally right now?
Yep.
Yeah.
We can't really speak much to it.
Okay. Okay.
We are.
Well,
they
then
got
you can
zombies,
speak
you
on
can
it.
blow a leg off and then it's crawling at you or something. They could do some stuff like that. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Real quick on the humorous side, I saw in your promo material there was either a really large person on a train or a very small train with riding someone's. What is that?
let me tell you, first off, when our IGN trailer dropped, the amount of people that DM'd me, it said, Lighty, I can't believe they used your likeness in the trailer.
Oh
The
my
shame
gosh.
it's just the
Now
shade
we
everywhere.
know.
I know. Where's my residuals? No. So yes, that is gonna be. I can't say much again, but what I can tell you is that is a boss for most major in map kind of in system mechanic. That is going to involve. He's a train conductor, and he's the epitome of gluttony and greed in such a way. But it's going to be he's a very humorous looking fellow.
Yeah, but I was gonna say like that goes into it's a serious game, but we're not taking ourselves too seriously with it, right?
Yeah, and there's some things that are kind of goofy. So even when we have a grossly large list for a game that's going to be launching in EA of what our called Masterworks, which is our game's highest quality of item, akin to kind of like a unique or legendary. And just one of the ones that I have sitting in like the to-do list pile for maybe even 1.0 is, there's like a 5-gallon hat, and then maybe as an exaggeration, a 10-gallon hat. Yeah, so I have one called a 20-gallon hat, which is in my mind like the Doug Dimmadome, just
Yes.
So there are things like that that where it's like, yeah, we could throw a little goof somewhere, but it's definitely the reason that it works, I think, is because it's only 0.1% in the game.
Yeah.
And the overarching vibe is maturity. So, when you do have a little flourish here and there, it hits even harder.
You mentioned shotguns and ranged weapons. Will there be any melee combat in the Dark West?
Nope.
So, no, go ahead, Lottie, go ahead.
So it's not for melee's sake, and especially not for EA, because Willie can explain more. But it's just the idea is melee has been. When I say melee, if you play RPGs, really what that eventually ends up becoming is borderline screen wide clear.
Yeah.
For most games, so it's like melee. I mean, if I'm playing PoE, it's like lightning strike. Is that melee? No, not really. Is the vanishing strike or whatever an LE is that melee? No, erasing strike? No, not really. So it's like, can we emulate the feel of melee with projectile weapons that have a certain amount of range or fall off? Absolutely. I mean, some of our shotguns will be more melee than melee in most ARPGs. So we'll definitely get the vibe for it. I think Willie wanted to add something to that.
Yeah, again, I'm not going to divulge too much, but the way that we are designing some of the abilities for our classes, one of the classes in particular is very up close and personal, right? It's not necessarily a melee class. He's not like, whipping out his tomahawks and like just going to town on stuff, but you're going to up close and personal, at least if you're playing optimally, right? This also just the philosophy that we have with designing things is it should be a clear path for the player, but you should still have a bunch of opportunities at your disposal to take things in whatever direction you want. But yes, so no to melee specifically, but yes to up close and personal gameplay and very like high risk, high reward, basically. Yes, for sure.
Man, that is so smart, because if you think about, you've already said that there's rifles coming with like the Padre. Now you're mentioning shotguns and pistols. So I would think that you guys are looking at realistic ranges of those weapons, to kind of bring it into the game. And you're right. Like I say this all the time on stream, like end game melee builds are basically spin to win, screen clearing. They might as well be spellcasters.
Or hit the ground and a billion projectiles.
100%. 100%. Yep.
One of the things, we're not losing sight, it's a game. So it's like, when we design things, obviously realism, that's why I would say pseudo-realism. We're trying to be like as real as we can within the spirit of what we're doing. So when we have a weapon, so say like a revolver. So the most popular revolver, period appropriate, was the Colt Dragoon revolver. That weapon profile is comprised of 26 different metrics of weapon of different scalings, okay? And if we were to make that realistic, it would be going very far off screen and you wouldn't even see the bullets. So there's things we have to exaggerate to do that. So an example would be the bullets, technically speaking, it's almost like you're shooting, a softball, right? But they have to be a certain size so you can actually see them. So it's like is a elephant gun shooting a larger bore projectile than a rifle? Yes, relatively speaking, So there's like this pseudo realism we have that's within reason and within playability. So anything we have is an exaggeration of a realistic characteristic, but set in a world where, again, fun comes first. So we do like a lot of rule of cool, in D&D terms for like how we describ things.
Frosty,
and
I have
we are
so many
still-
gun questions. Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
Will every class be able to use every weapon?
Yes.
Okay. How many different weapons? So I'm seeing Gatling guns. You said elephant gun, rifles, pistols. Like, what are we talking here?
So for our EA, we're launching with 3 classes of weapons with 4 base types each.
Okay.
And
so
they
12.
have very distinct profiles.
Ammo.
The ammo exists. We have a standardized bullet, and then there's a large array of specialty ammo that gets tapped into in certain ways. When you mentioned, like rule of cool, it's like one of those things where the reason we have everyone can use every gun is because, simply speaking, it would be a bummer if you found a cool gun in a different class.
Yeah.
And you're like, why can't I do this? Now, we have things like where only one class can do certain things to their weapon because they're more proficient in it. So we explain things in certain ways, but just generally speaking, it would just kill the vibe if you were playing one class that was using rifles and a cool shotgun dropped and you couldn't use it. Now, is it going to be the most effective thing for your build and your toolkit and your maybe not, but you'd still we want you to build things and mess around. Like, it has to be an ARPG, foot forward. So,
But like, let's say shotguns, for instance. Is it?
Sure.
There's going to be 4 different shotguns, and maybe one's like sawed off, maybe like bolt action, that kind of stuff. Or is it? Or is it you can modify the existing shotgun? Like,
yeah, you use different there's different shotguns. Yeah.
Like, can you add a scope to a rifle? Maybe is a better question. Like something like that. They're smiling.
It's up to you.
It's up to me. So there is one of the classes can do certain things to weapons because he is innately more weapons proficient, but every class has a special thing they could do.
Yeah.
So it's equal and balanced.
I
only
didn't know if we could talk about this. I
can talk about it a little bit. That's why I'm using specific words in my
Perfect.
political voice. So each class has their own extended representation. In general, there is very, very little class restriction and gear restriction, because again, nothing feels worse than dropping something cool and you're not being able to use it. But there are certain very specific class items that are inbuilt to the kit of their class and identity of that class.
Yeah,
So,
and they're literally just for you like this class, you've been playing it for a while. Okay, now you're trying to get the thematic elements of that specific class to the next level. This is how you do it. They have their own itemization component that you can.
I can't say again the numbers, but I can assure you that they're all metrically equal. They're not only in the quantity of items in the subclass category, but also the affix representation, weighting, roll pool count, all the numbers numerically, they are within an amount of balance. And what I mean by that is within about 25% of equal, because it's impossible to reach pure balance in an ARPG. It's too fluid of an environment, but we're shooting for roughly a 25 to 30% gap from the top end to the bottom end, which I think is overall super appropriate. It's even, to be honest, a lofty goal. So as long as we meet that, I think we're pretty okay. And we're currently, again, spreadsheet wise, we're on track for that to be the case.
Man, as somebody that loves Westerns, and they didn't pay me to say this, you guys are designing the game exactly how I would design the game. So I'm very, very excited about these answers, especially around the weapons and how they will be used. That so far, you've really sold me in this first 30 minutes. So that is awesome.
The reason for that, just to not to pat you on the back yourself and Frosty as well, but it's like ARPG veterans, from them, to them, by them. There's a reason that, we've been cherry picked by Kevin in such a way to, like guys like us. And we also have another guy, Sir Gog, who works heavily on the game. And there's a bunch of people where the reason that we're all friends in doing this is because we know what's out there. We know what feels good. We know what can work, and we're going to make something just as good, if not better.
Hopefully. Cross the fingers.
Guaranteed.
But no, we really are. We have a very tight knit group of people working on the game right now. And geez, how many hours do you think we have across? Because it's not a lot of people, to be fair, especially the design QA department. We have like, what, 8 to 10 at most?
Yeah.
And we have easily over 150,000 hours between all ARPGs.
Well, I got 30K hours in PoE alone, so that's
Exactly.
gonna.
It's
You know,
like,
there you go.
We have
We're probably
so
way
many
higher
hours.
than that number. Yeah.
But if you ask everyone on the team, like, what's your favorite element from this game, or what's your favorite game in general, what's your favorite element from, you're going to get different answers. So
Yeah.
we also have the wide experience as well, right? The different points of view. And I think that's doing a lot for specifically the design department. We are making some pretty cool stuff. Again, we can't really speak to the specifics right now, but it's definitely helping us a ton.
So pretty much everyone on the team is like an ARPG veteran. They have like thousands of hours on
pretty much
ARPGs.
Just straight up, yeah.
Nice.
You know, there's even someone who the dude who's doing our social media. We have some of the guys who just come in once a week and try stuff, like the Seers or Talkative Tries or whoever. We have a lot of people who just are hanging out and are tapped in and just giving us feedback and working alongside of us.
Nice. You mentioned legendaries before, and before we switch off of weapons, I got one more question about weapons. How will legendary weapons work? Is it more stats? Do they have unique stats, or do they alter your abilities in any way?
What a great question. So
pretty much all the above.
All the above.
Lock in. I'll explain the overarching system while being as vague and as specific as possible, as I'm allowed to be. We have 5 different qualities of weapon. The highest quality is Masterwork, which is akin to our legendary or unique. We have 8 different tiers of weapons and items. This denotes the base value, meaning you can get, for the most part, any Masterwork weapon at any tier. So you could get your best in slot at level 2, which would be tier 1. As you progress through the game and the item levels go up of the zone and the things you're fighting, they could begin to drop at higher tiers. The tiers will denote the base stats, but not change the affix values. The affix values of the Masterworks are bespoke, flat values that are unique to the item, often with abilities and mechanics and scaling not found anywhere else. Suffice to say, if you found your best in the slot at level 2, your build is now like pseudo online, but you may be thinking, oh, that's a bummer though, I found it early. Now 10 levels from now, it's going to get outscaled. Yes, however, we have currency set in-game and vendors that'll allow you to upgrade the base stats of those legendaries, or, in our game, Masterworks, to higher tiers, but not to the highest 2 tiers, because we want the best things to always be found, not crafted or gambled. What that means is you will eventually be able to use the thing you found and let it scale with you to a degree, at least into the beginning of endgame. Because nothing feels worse than finding a unique in a PoE and being like, oh, this is cool, but 90% of these are worthless. Well, wouldn't it be cool if that could also scale with you to a degree? Yes.
99.9.
So that's how we're approaching Masterworks. Again, this is a good example of all of our years of experience in these games is like, well, these are common pains we've felt, and it just, to us, because we're starting fresh in our game, they're easy to kind of, right these wrongs from the ground up. So will we find other mistakes down the road? I'm sure. But at least for these, we could, make sure it gets put in the game in the best way possible.
So from a weapons perspective, 12 different weapons that could roll up to 8 tier level of 5 different rarities.
Yep.
Nice. Now, I know this is going to launch solo offline, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Correct.
Now, with games with trade, the drop rates are just really low. But considering you're going to be playing by yourself, what are the drop rates looking like?
So, we've basically been able to push the lever pretty far and return a lot of the drops and power to the player because there's no way of subverting that progress through trade. So, if you were akin to a PoE and you're trying to find a Mage Blood, that's not going to be a 40,000 hour grind in our game. That'll be maybe like a 400 at the most or something, as an example. The rarest things are not going to be crazy rare set in the end game. It'll still be rare for an ARPG, but the expectation is you'll be able to grind them yourself because we're able to, again, push that envelope way more in the player's direction. We don't need things that are Mirror of Kalandra rarity because you're not going to trade them away. The items you get and the gear you get, you can use. You will be incentivized to do so.
Yep. And at the same time, one of the things that we've hit on multiple times, just as we're developing and designing and discussing in general, is if we feel the need to implement an item filter of any kind, a loot filter, we have failed in some capacity. So what that means is you're not going to have loot explosion, you kill a white mob, and 3 blues and 2 whites pop out. That just doesn't make any sense because we are solo offline game, we do not have to again worry about the trade economy, any other components to it. And I think the vast majority of people would rather get something cool off the ground rather than trying to craft every single element of it up. Some people really like that stuff for sure, but you just want to kill something and get something cool, right? At the fundamental level. So we are making sure that if push comes to shove, we would rather have less loot overall, but have the loot that does drop be much more exciting and impactful.
To Woolie's point, there's like a lot of like mental reset that's going to happen with players when they play our game, because not only is there less loot, but if you were at level 2 and somehow a white tier 3 weapon dropped, your mind is going to think this is trash, but really this is going to quadruple your damage because it's just one of those things where, in the same way that in our game you might think auto attacking is like shooting and auto attacking is bad because I've been taught that. Well, shooting is one of the most damn near powerful things you could do in a game based around guns. So it's like there's going to be so many builds that are doing nothing but just basically left clicking and built around the framework of that. And you'd be like, why is my auto attack, destroying everything? Well, it's because you've built for that, and that's just how we've set the game up. So there's going to be a lot of preconceived notions that are going to be shattered in such a way, and you'd be like a little bit of untraining on,
There's a game that launched recently. Yeah, I'm sure you guys probably have heard of it, Hellclock. And Hellclock has pistols and rifles, and the gunplay in it is very, very satisfying, and it's zoom. So I could kind of see what you're talking about as far as gunplay, for sure. Frosty, I got a million more questions. You guys talked about wanted posters and bounties. Is that during missions, side quest, end game, bounties?
Well, we could talk about that one. You're a bounty man.
I am a little bit, yeah. So during the campaign, you'll first encounter them. You go into the town. There'll be a bounty board. Just you expect that, and there will be, in addition to whatever you are doing throughout the main storyline, you can choose to pick up bounties. You can choose not to. Doesn't whatever you want to do. But then, yes, once you reach the end game, like Lighty mentioned earlier on, the Maelstrom of Chaos version, where it's the perpetual instance zone, you'll be able to pick up bounties repeatedly, and they'll get more powerful, better rewards. And then the reputation. I don't know exactly how the reputation side of things will be played into it, but it definitely will in some capacity.
Okay.
The bounty system is a really fun way of, again, it's creating these like bespoke, unique enemies. Well, they're tagged as elites, but in our game it's called tier 4 from an internal standpoint.
Yeah.
But these are the ones we can name goofy things. That's where you get your Wyatt Herps and your, extra bad Bill or whatever you want to call them, all the fun things you can name. And then you just go, it propagates an enemy, and these enemies are going to be mean, because they're spawning in an extracurricular way, and they have super, squonked modifiers. Probably a lot of them are going to be way higher than you. But again, it's a risk reward thing. Why would it be easy to spawn, to be trying to track down Billy the Kid, and it'd be an easy thing? Like, he's wanted by the government. Like, there's a marshal involved. Like, it makes sense that he's going to kick your ass, kind of. So most of the encounters in our game are going to be definitely on the harder side, metrically, than easier side, but we'd rather release it at that state than the opposite, so...
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. I have the best idea, all right? You know how in these games you got to, kill a boss's energy shield, or, they got some kind of shield you got to get down before their life. There needs to be a boss in this game that has, a bulletproof vest with, a rope, and, the metal plate, and you got to shoot the metal plate for it to fall down before you could take him out like that. Because, in Western movies, they have the...
Didn't you post something, Lighty, in the Discord a couple weeks ago that was somewhat...
I did, yeah. There's very little that hasn't, hit our doorstep in some way.
I don't know. I was just thinking about all, my favorite movies.
So there's definitely an enemy type that has a... Well, the way we were actually going to have that set, to be fair, wasn't about do that. It was deflecting an amount of bullets off of the iron plate.
Perfect.
Back at you, to be fair.
Okay.
So
that still works. That would still be fun.
With the wanted posters, is that something that's going to be like a set unique amount of targets? Like each act has like 4 or 5? Or are they going to reset daily? It's going to be random.
We're not doing dailies, tell you that straight out. We're kind of not do dailies. It'll be you get 4 in a board. When you clear the board, 4 more pop up. If you want to
Nice.
over farm, have fun. Yeah, most every system is player forward. I'll even give you an example that internally I was discussing with Ricardo, our lead programmer, that we had a mechanic that restored a percentage of ammo when an ability was triggered. And he said, what happens if it restores 1.5 ammo? And then inherently, because I've got this like, many years of, subjugation in
Stockholm
me.
syndrome.
Yeah, I was like, well, we're going to round down. He's like, why don't we just round up for the player? And I was like, yeah, I don't even know why I even suggested rounding
Right.
down. We'll just always round up. So basically, most things that will be rounded up to whole numbers in the benefit of the player, just as an
Nice.
extension of that example.
Okay. When it comes to being able to control your character, a lot of games offer point and click. Now, WASD movement has been very popular. And then, of course, controller. And more importantly, hybrid controller supports where you can play on controller, put it down, and use your keyboard and mouse. How will you control your characters in the Dark West?
WASD.
WASD, baby.
WASD.
Okay.
And just to further that, we're absolutely looking at mouse and keyboard as a menu option to have it swap. We're looking at seamless. We're looking at controller support. One of our dudes in house named Safarian was a guy who initially wrote the porting of mouse and keyboard to controller for PoE just for himself. And then they eventually adopted the system, but he just did it for himself. So he's with us, and we're gonna just extract any information out of him, because it's really easy when the game's designed with WASD as a movement set.
Yep.
Ported to controller from a controller scheme perspective is very similar mapping. So it's set up to WASD, and to that point, I'll even ask a follow-up question that you should be asking that I'll ask on your behalf, which is if you have WASD and there's channeling abilities, are they going to be stationary, and is WASD going to animation cancel constantly? The answer is no. Every single channeling ability can be used while moving with a movement penalty, because again, we don't want you to be channeling a skill, misclick tapping A on your WASD and just cancel your ability, and that would feel bad. So there's no way you could mess yourself up there.
Awesome.
Crafting. Can you explain at all any aspects of any part of crafting?
I will say, to just hit back on the loot, we really want to make sure that loot is coming from the ground, and when you get an item, you know that is going to be useful in some capacity. So how that extends to crafting, to draw the parallel, we are not going to go down the Path of Exile side of things, where you can craft an item literally from scratch. In fact, that's like what you do in most cases, is you get a base item, remove all the modifiers, and then put whatever you want on it. So we're definitely going down the adjacent route, I guess, or just the alternate route entirely, where you are going to find an item that is already pretty good, and then you're going to finish crafting it up. And there's going to be some different ways to do it, but for the most part, you still have to start with something that is pretty good.
Can you craft on a... Sorry, go on.
Yes, sorry. The only thing I was going to say is there's just 2 rules that we set when it comes to crafting currency. We actually have a lot of crafting currency. They just follow 2 rules. It can't remove a mod, and it can't re-roll a modifier as a base portion. So to Woolie's point, if you get an item, there's a lot of ways to make it better, but you're not going to be using augments or scours or add removing, because that's going to go back to that level of degeneracy of things are better crafted than found. So we're trying to return the glory of ground loot, and through that we've set those 2 rules.
So it's finding your perfect weapon, and then through crafting, you could boost the tiers or rarity of that weapon, but you can't flip the modifiers.
You can't flip them, but you could add more.
Okay.
So things
even legendaries.
No, masterworks are set, and you won't be able to augment the affixes on them, but there are a ton of other ways to augment an item without messing with the affixes exclusively. But there's a couple things. So things are going to drop. So our 4th tier, the one underneath masterwork, is pristine, which is the highest numerical affix scaling. It's on paper, they're going to be better than masterworks as far as, not including what the masterwork does special. They're just going to be able to hit harder because they have affix rolls, and they'll only ever spawn 66% complete, at most 4 out of 6 affixes.
Okay.
But our game is a little bit special because most games do 3-3 split prefix suffix. We're doing 4-2 as an option. So you can have 4 prefixes and 2 suffixes. You can have 4 suffixes and 2 prefixes, whichever fills that first, basically. It just adds a different little flavor of augmenting items and improving upon them.
Okay. And you will be able to manipulate Masterworks. It's not like you can't, you drop a Masterwork, that's it. So I want to make that clear. You can't just add a raw damage stat onto a Masterwork. You'll be able to manipulate things that are already there in some capacity.
Things and stuff.
Things and stuff.
Things and stuff.
There's a question. We're gonna say this is from the community, not from me. Is there any chance at a minion style class, like a necromancer or a beastmaster? Somebody floated the idea of like you're a sheriff and you got like your dogs with you, and maybe your dogs are
Houndmaster.
Yeah, the Houndmaster. That's literally exactly what somebody said. Not a question from me. This is from the community.
So if the question is it possible? Then my answer would be yes, it's possible.
Okay.
And that's the end of my answer.
Is
all right.
Never mind. Yeah. We'll leave it at that.
Are there any plans? Is there any plans?
Definitely, maybe.
From the Dark West team.
To the point, I think it was Frosty asked it earlier about the horse, whatever. If it makes sense, then we will explore it.
Yeah.
It's definitely low priority at this moment.
Okay.
But it's not a straight up no.
It's not off the table.
No. If EA goes gangbusters and we've got 40 years planned in the can of stuff to do, you'll probably see something. But it's not on the table. It's underneath the table. And
we definitely have some minion guys on the team.
I'll take it.
We definitely have some guys.
I'll take that.
They got your back.
Not me. I don't even like minions, so just.
Okay, any more minion questions, Aaron?
No, they answered them.
No.
Okay. I guess there's people got a lot of different skill levels that play games. Is there a difficulty setting in the game?
Nope.
Hardcore mode.
Yeah, we'll definitely have that. The one thing I'll say is we haven't tested it yet, but worst case scenario, it's just everyone's hardcore by accident. We'll try to fix that.
I see. Okay.
No, we definitely want it. It's just one of those things. I think that's really easy to do. Also, nothing is going to be changed to accommodate for hardcore, and nothing is going to be changed for, the edge case of people who can't clear stuff. I would say, like if we release a boss, and on launch, the first boss, and within an hour, 50% of people kill it, that's fine. That means it's good enough. We'd rather things be harder than easier. If people struggle for a little bit and have to go back farm, that would be almost a success, I would say.
Yeah.
So it's, as far as I'm concerned, harder is better, but if it's a problem, then we're on it, obviously.
Okay. Frosty, are you all right with me switching scenes, sir?
Got one more question, then yes. You mentioned world building. Is that going to be like when you get to like end game or you complete the campaign, is your world going to be different than someone else's possibly, or is it just like what you hear through dialogue?
So there's a few things in the game. We're going to have set a lot of readables and interactables, and they'll all be transcribed to a master journal that you could read and enjoy.
Nice.
Just as a context, I've been writing this lore novel for our game on the side just to release it on a lark, as we just for mostly in-house structure, but it's at like 75 pages of stuff written. So we could just release a book with the game at this point with the amount of stuff that's added. And we're going to transcribe a lot of that into quests and stuff. And regarding the world evolving, that's like, we've had people ask things like, are you going to have base building or whatever? And it's like, well, probably not base building, but I could foresee a scenario where at different points in the story or quest progression, the starting town evolves in such a way that the decisions are like rippled physically and tangibly. So I think that'll probably be the route we go if we go something like that.
Nice. Okay. All right. Down Portal Podcast moves to scene 2. Dun, dun, dun. Whoa, look at that transition. All right, we are now on the Steam page for the Dark West. And I'm going to let this trailer just kind of roll as we are chatting. Now, my question... Oh, it's rolling the still image. My question for it is, in isometric action RPGs, a lot of times it's like Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. At the end of each act, you have a boss. Then you normally have a small cinematic. Then you move on to the next act. Then you have games like Diablo 4 that's got the adventure mode where it's more open world. You kind of get to level yourself. You get to explore. And then sometimes you have a little bit of a mix of those games. What would you say like the experience is like playing the Dark West?
So there's a couple things. We're not having a victory lap mechanic, so it's not going to be like, PoE normal, cruel, merciless. Like we're not doing that.
Okay.
It's one-time playthrough of what would be the campaign.
Okay.
Regarding adventure mode, the zones are big. They're real big.
Okay.
So they're like, PoE 2 Act 3 at Ziri Temple big.
Damn.
That's a big act.
But
we're not gonna make you backtrack and do
there's
stuff
not
you don't want to do.
backtracking in the same
On
way.
top of that, we are making sure that there are monsters to kill. That's the whole point of playing the game.
Monsters,
Right? You want to shoot
mechanics,
stuff and kill stuff. You want to interact with
clickables.
things. Yes. So
Death doesn't reset the instance. That's
Yep.
another one.
Yeah, that's another one.
How
really
do
want
you
to
reset the
be-
zone?
We're going to have a zone reset at instance if you choose to. It'll be on a cooldown to a degree. That cooldown will also be then heat checked by percentage of cleared in the area. So if you for some reason wanted to reset a zone to farm something, because the campaign zones are seeded, you could reset them, to basically ad nauseum and clear them. The way that experience scaling works is it's going to be punished, after an hour or two. But they're set up in such a way that if you were to, for example, at a boss, be like stuck at a boss and then feel like you need a farm, you can. Like that option's there.
Yep.
That is awesome. Right now
but
on
it's
the
the traditional experience, like you suggest, it's just act 1, act 2. Once we get to those milestones, but yes, it'll follow the typical ARPG campaign.
The other part of your question was regarding the boss. Like there's a bunch of biomes and there's a couple zones per biome. There's at least a boss in each zone.
Okay.
They're not like act bosses per se, but they're just like big bad dudes who are gonna be really hard.
Yep.
And drop cool stuff. It's also like the specifics of what's dropped for bosses isn't seeded, but roughly the quantity and relative quality of what a boss is, which is a tier 4 enemy, is kind of seeded to where you're expected to be rewarded for killing them. And that reward inversely scales with your level versus theirs. So if you were to try to reset instances to refarm low-level bosses for recyclable content, you will be then punished by doing so after it's reached a gap of your player level.
I see.
So you could do it, but if you try to, get sneaky with it, you've already been metrically punished.
But like hypothetically, I'm in Act 2. I know the arrow says I'm supposed to go north, but for whatever reason, the left on the map looks there's something over there. Like, is there rewards for exploring? Is there going to be,
oh hell yeah!
Are you going to run into things that you didn't expect? That kind of content.
Yeah, just last week we put something into a little nook and cranny.
Don't say it.
Nice. I won't. That's it.
Don't say it. We're doing things. We're putting things in that are both rewarding, sneaky, pseudo hidden, not quite like Dark Souls illusory wall kind of vibes, but like
just
not
walk around.
too far off.
Walk around and just randomly hit the walls till you find.
No, but there are things like where there might be terrain that looks like it's not walk throughable, but actually like is a nook and cranny, and there's a thing there. It's gonna be we're hiding stuff for sure to a degree.
Awesome. Frosty, you want me to? I have so many questions. You want me to keep going, Frosty?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay, right now on the screen is the UI that is shown on Steam for the Dark West, and I just want to commend you guys that the life and mana being the bottles, very clever, and then the belt with the bullets, very, very clean UI. Normally, a lot of times it takes multiple iterations, and maybe this is like the 10th iteration to get something that
this is a few in. This is actually a good example. So that's thanks to Dan, Deanne, because he's His name is not. He's not American. But it's basically Dan.
Got it.
He's a very cool dude. He's so good at his
okay.
job at UI UX and 2D art. He's actually goated. He's come on to do a lot of stuff for us. But that was like one of the things that when we mentioned the game is community forward. That's the UI that was the result. Like it's an iteration of what we pulled. We pulled a few UIs. That one by far was the most popular because it looks the best and is the cleanest. And then we just did a little bit of polish in there. And there's even things like when you have the life and the resource flask as they drain down, behind them is leather that's carved into. I don't know if you could see it in that
Oh yeah,
UI
I can
one,
see it.
but
It's got a design behind it.
yes, it's really fancy. He's better than we deserve at times, but he's very, very good.
Well, I'm noticing the attention to detail. So, for example, here you've got like the belt buckle that is coming off the inventory, which is very, very clever. Like you wouldn't have to do that. It almost looks like a pouch that is holding your coins right here. And then even on the tooltip for the weapon, you kind of have this, I mean, Western looking design on the header. Like, I love stuff like that. I feel like a lot of times in these games, it's like all we care about is the detail. Well, what's the damage? I don't give a crap about how it looks, even though you're looking at this stuff all the time. So, no, I just like this is the stuff. This is the stuff I'm noticing.
Funny 'cause, like 2D assets are, I would say, almost more important than 3D assets because all of these screens you stare at as much as the game itself.
Yeah.
So we're blessed to have such a ridiculously talented crew of people in-house in our little indie team. But, we could just polish and do these amazing things. And, we're going to have all of our UI stuff is going to look to this level. I can't wait to showcase some of the, some of the skill tree stuff, even some of the card things.
Yeah.
The really wildest thing is like we have I can't say anything about it, but the animatic cinematic trailer thing is like one of the coolest shit I've ever seen in a game. Just full stop. So we've got so much cool stuff in the horizon.
Weapon swap is definitely coming, right? You could just see it in the UI right here.
So I could speak to that even a little bit more, which is weapon swap. This is a good funny thing of pseudo realism. I'd like to throw in again. The ammo loaded into weapons is dependent per swap. So if you shot 6 rounds in your main hand, swapped, your weapon swap has a different ammo associated to it. So then you could then shoot 6 more times. You now have to reload both guns between combat and then swap back. But guns do automatically reload after you have finished firing. So you have infinite bullets, and after you shoot, you will automatically begin reload. You can push R to reload, and there's so many builds that interact with reloading in different ways. But it just also happens automatically. But when you're weapon swapping, maybe you want to have a shotgun in your offhand to, some weird pack of smalls run at you, you could then blow them away. Then reload back, put it back in the swap, and you've got that now if you need it, and then go back to your main hand.
Okay, that was actually going to be my next question. Do you run out of ammo, even special ammo? But if you get a special ammo, it never runs out.
Nope, there's reloads.
Yes, specialized ammo there's totally different rules for how it's typically applied, but in general, you don't run out of. You're never gonna be picking ammo off the ground. Like that's not
okay.
Yeah, you're not killing enemies and waiting for the purple brick to fly out. Like playing Destiny or something.
No,
none of
we're
that.
good. Yeah.
When you reload, is there any cool like animation? Like you see yourself throw the bullets in or anything like that, or sounds?
So, not as a standard thing, but there are things. There are other things.
There are definitely things.
There are things. One, I'm going to say a little bit more than I said I would say a little bit, but there's one subsection, I'm going to be really vague also. One subsection of one class has a unique reloading mechanic that is like something I would personally never want to do. But
this is like Kevin's favorite thing, and I'm down with this play style as well.
It's like a very high skill expression of how you could reload, and then there's penalties for doing it improperly.
It's like active reloading from Gears of War, if you're familiar with
Interesting.
Like that. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's not mandated. It's not. You don't have to do it. It's opt-in. Most every weird thing is opt-in because again, we know that it's putting our fun foot forward. It's like most people aren't going to like this, but some people are going to love this.
When the community reached out to me about this game and said, Aaron, have you seen this? There was one thing that actually pushed me to make my YouTube video on it, and that was the poker hands. Now, Diablo 2, you have charms. Last Epoch, you have idols. A lot of times these games have a, like, keep this in your inventory or place this here as just kind of a stat stick. But in the Dark West, you guys are going to have poker cards, and more importantly, poker hands. So if you have a 2-pair, 3 of a kind, full house, straight flush, you're actually going to get bonuses from your card hands for your character. That like pushed me over the edge. You want to talk about that for a second?
It's
reel it in, Laddie, reel it in. Hold
It's
on,
so
okay.
awesome.
So there's a lot in there. There's not only poker cards, but there's also the tarot cards, which are kind of akin to like a keystone in a video game, like a PoE, where they have these really exaggerated expressions of certain things. And some of them have limits.
Masterworks for the poker cards, right? So
Kind of,
Masterworks
yeah,
are unique
yeah.
items. Yeah.
And they have different limit rates, and they also can form hands as long as it's applicable. You can have 4 of the same poker card, and you'll hit a 4 of a kind. Then the scaling goes up, and then you reach different buckets of thresholds and things. It gets really wacky. There's also going to be like the standard poker hand. You can have a royal flush. It'll have a gross benefit to having a royal flush. All the cards are not the same rarity. Aces are incredibly rare and incredibly powerful, and it cascades down to 2s being the most common. And there's tons of interactions with them. And there's some hidden hands, which I won't speak about, but some of them are like pseudo hidden. Like most people might know what a dead man's hand is. That'll have a specific effect. But there's also some famous ones from like poker events in history, or like the movie Maverick, if you're a fan of like westerns and stuff like that. That you love Maverick. So there's some hands in that movie that, that were represented that you might see, or like the Doyle Brunson, the famous poker hand. There's a lot of, again, it doesn't take a lot to do your research on these things, and with a Western setting, there is no shortage of things to pull from. So we have a lot of room to play.
Is there a Joker in the deck? I have to know.
There might be a Joker card. Maybe things happen with Joker cards. Maybe there's a Joker tarot card. Maybe there's a wild card. There's a lot of stuff.
Now, I'm seeing the size of the gun. I'm seeing that there's tons of different cards. We're going to have a stash somewhere, correct?
Yes.
So not only will we have a stash, but also the vast majority of currency will be nestled away in UI and vacuumed, like Last Epic does. So again, player hat forward. There's things. The UI has actually improved since the screenshot. I'm going to say a couple things. Include auto sort button is one of the features we'll have. A subsection of your inventory that is excluded from the auto sort. So you could nestle things in the right side inventory, and when you hit auto sort, it won't sort them. It'll leave them alone, which is very cool.
Thank God. Oh my gosh.
Regarding even looting and stuff, the idea of loot coalescence was something I pushed for. Yep. So instead of there being, 10 1-stacks of buffalo horns, if they're within a certain distance, they'll coalesce into 1 10-stack of buffalo horns. Meaning less button
We have
clicking.
the technology.
Yes.
The technology exists. So a lot of these things are just, again, when we first had our quality assurance talks months ago, I was setting this master list of quality of life things, and it was damn near 500 bullet points in a document I presented to programming. We sat there for weeks going through it. So it's like inventory management, these sort of things. This is friction on the player experience that is like a mental drain on you enjoying your game. So making it a fluid thing, making it smooth is at our forefront.
How much are these tabs, and how much do you have to pay to unlock these services to get all that?
Whatever the cost of the game is.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to double check.
Is your stash shared between your characters?
Yes. Yes, it will be. And there's going to be...
Laddie's played way too much SSF for that not to be the case.
You will have stash between characters. You'll also have it so your stash has tabs with affinities that you could just have for free, because we're not going to punish you for using the bank. So it's all that stuff is definitely on our minds.
No, that is great. I obviously it's a much deeper conversation, but obviously there needs to be some level of friction in the game. Another way of that is difficulty, because you just don't want to walk through it. So there does need to be some friction.
You won't.
But some of the pain, but some of the pain points, you know, I'm right outside the first town and my inventory's filled with whites and all this crap. Like, that is a terrible feeling friction point. So the fact that you are talking about quality of life features from some of my favorite games, what they do around an inventory standpoint is like, thank you. Thank you. That is
I'd be
awesome.
surprised if you suggested a quality of life, anything that we haven't already had on our radar. I'd be surprised, to be honest.
Yeah, only because, again, we've played so many hours. We are all ARPG players on the team, so we know the pains. We experience all of the same pains.
It's funny,
as everyone's bringing up.
It's not really a quality of life. Two different people asked yesterday if for the fast travel, because normally in ARPGs you have waypoints and fast travel. What if you had like a little train that took you different?
We could. We have magic, so it's easier than rigging and animating and modeling a small train that floats around, you know?
Yeah.
So that's where it's like, there's certain things that are, because we're in an indie company and pre-EA and like, you know, pre-revenue, all that sort of stuff, like our travel from a waypoint is just going to be magic because it just is easier.
Yep.
Does that mean we might not have a scenario where we replace your portal with an MTX or something? Yeah, that's a maybe. You know, that's an avenue to explore financially down the road. But as of right now, that's just something that's like low priority, and it works well. So let's not touch it. You know, for right now.
I don't know if I have the picture for it. In the trailer, there's looks like it's like a fire flamethrower ability. So there are going to be skills that don't use a weapon, or are they using like is there magic spells in the game that don't?
They scale off of your weapon, so our spells will scale off your weapon. So the weapon is always going to be useful for every class.
Okay.
But they are a magic ability. Yes. Like
Got it.
You don't interact with your bullets, or they can, and some of them can in some capacities.
Some of them do,
but
yeah,
but they're spells. Yeah, we have straight up spells.
Okay.
The actual numerical scaling is pulling from your percent weapon damage, which is a post scaled calculation of your base weapon damage. The reason we did this is because we don't want to have you worry about being pigeonholed into playing just a shooting guy and just a casting guy. You can do interchange fluidly, and then that does put more of a metric balance scaling burden on us, but I welcome it, so that's fine.
Yeah.
So it's like the numbers are pretty kosher in that regard, and it's just that way we could scale things, you know, from one point. So you don't have to worry about, oh, I played this, but I want to try this. It's like, well, you could do whatever.
So what you're saying is that if you find a weapon, it's not going to be like attack damage, which would be at shooting, or spell damage that it would be at casting. It'll be a base damage for both.
The weapon itself is base damage implicitly to the weapon profile, but there are things that might say, like accessories might say increase spell or projectile or fire or AoE.
So you can still specialize into that play style if you decide to go that
route.
But
you could also double and triple dip, because the fireball is the projectile that is a spell and does AoE for, you know, hypothetically, right? So there's a lot of cross scaling you could do, and then you have the standardized system of additive, which is increased and decreased, and then multiplicative, which is more or less. So there's definitely ways to nestle values and still get the most, you know, there's still like the ARPG back-end meme math of min-maxing things. Like that still exists. There's tons of depth to it. But at the same time, we're going to have, you know, a game guide that has 400 keywords that are nestled and toggled with clickables. So it's like everything's there for you if you want to know. One of the other principles that we kind of discussed is we don't want to ever have you having to tab out of the game. Like that's kind of a gross thing.
No
So it's
third-party tools required.
No, you really shouldn't have. If it is, it's just because we didn't explain something properly, and that's something we can have in the game guide. So like LE does that great. Obviously, it's like probably the progenitor of having a really sufficient game guide. So that's a good example of a model we're following for that, where it not only has gameplay stuff, but it has explanations. I don't know if we'll have like videos like some of them have, but we'll explore what that is like just from a workflow of like embedding things. But definitely just have explanations, nestled keywords, taggable keywords, tag scaling, all that jazz.
Will you have like a key showcasing the different card combinations, or you just have to like experiment yourself? Because that's something I feel like I might have to look up.
So some things we want to leave a mystery to a degree. The base combinations will absolutely just be in the game guide.
Right, yeah.
Because so like 2 of a kind, full house, that'll be there. The hidden ones will be hidden. You'll see on Reddit within a day, obviously, but those are not going to be shown in game. Yeah.
There should
It's
be a
just like,
disclaimer that if you are playing a Western ARPG and you don't know what a 2-pair or 3 of a kind is, you're not allowed to play
pairs.
it. That should be
2-pair might be a
like
lost
right
cause, yeah.
at the beginning. Frosty's not allowed to play.
No, the 2-pair does like 20% crit chance. I didn't know that it did that. I know what a 2-pair is, Aaron.
Well, even then,
brother.
that is actually different at this point. But the ideology is the same. It's actually gotten, so that sounds really good for the player. It's actually gotten way grosser. Where I think all of the pair ones are percent increased affect scaling, which is like degenerate for some of the ones. So if a card had like 30% more AOE, then that's now going to be better by 20%. I'll now say 36%. You know.
Yeah.
So we're also trying to make every single one of the cards have a numerical scalar, and sometimes they have a gross upside and a gross downside. And because of scaling values, when the increases apply, it also makes the downsides worse as long as the upsides. So it increases that gap of tension naturally. So there's always this push pull of like, can my build run a 4 of a kind on this disgusting thing? And am I okay with being at negative 90% movement speed? You know,
I see.
Is that something?
Yeah.
But what if I only use movement skills? That doesn't pull from movement speed. Maybe I could just become a totem and just blink around.
There you go.
All right, let's not get too crazy.
I like totems.
One thing I want to address real quick. We have talked a lot about the depth of our game. We definitely have a lot of systems that we are designing and implementing currently. But one thing that we are really focusing on now, especially leading up to the demo for Steam Next Fest, and especially the early access launch after that, is the accessibility for players, right? In my mind, you have depth, which is just the amount of systems, the amount of content, whatever. And then complexity would just be the way in which it is presented, right? Is it digestible for a player to understand? And that is where we are really trying to separate ourselves from the packs, because a lot of these modern ARPGs, yeah, they have the content, they have the depth, but the manner in which it's presented, and especially the rate, right? You should be drip feeding the player, or rather, I guess, giving them the right experiences at the right time, especially throughout the campaign. So we really want to make sure that we're not turning away the, I guess, more casual audience, so to speak, because it is just a shooter when you boil it down. You know, you're going to have your gun, you can be blasting enemies. So we want people to be able to get excited and see the possibilities ahead of them, right? Like they want to see when they level up for the first time, they'll see the whole skill tree. And well, I don't know if we've solidified if it's going to be the whole thing or just like, you know, a portion of it, but they're going to see a skill tree, they're going to see many options ahead of them, and then you extend that to every other system, the weapon and the other item affixes, all of these different, the poker hands. So the bottom line is that we really want to make sure that we are conveying all of this information in a very concise and a clean manner for the players. That is at the forefront of our design for sure.
Yeah, like kind of easy to learn, hard to master. That kind of
So there's stuff like that when we're designing systems and mechanics. One of the like boxes that we check off is like low approachability versus high approachability. So a lot of the mechanics, we make sure we introduce a even balance of them across the board. If you have something that has high approachability, it means it's like something akin to like a shrine in PoE. You click it, does a thing, you get it. Then we have things that are low approachability, which might be like an expedition in PoE, a very much more complicated mechanic with levers and buttons and all that jazz. So we make sure we have a balance of these. And at any point in time we have something that's low approachable, we make sure it's explained thoroughly. Whether it's through initial introduction to that mechanic, will be from a quest with explanations, with definitions.
Yeah.
Because we want it to be like, we're going to, you know, delicately hold your hand as we walk you through the game. But, you know, then we'll let go. But to a degree, it's like we have to show these things in a thoughtful manner, because there's a lot of complication with ARPGs, and the barrier of entry can be quite high. That you know, a game like PoE 2 is getting a lot better. It's like having that more of a tutorial, more of a game guide, something like Ellie example, again, where it's just this giving the players the tools to succeed, and then not having a huge expectation out the gate. So it's like they can just kind of get it. In our game, shooting stuff kills stuff, and that works. So it kind of is just like innate.
If you said all 12 weapons can be used by all the classes, what about the skills? So will each class have its own designated skills, or will there be a cross of like some of these skills can be used by both classes? How's that going to work?
How much should we say here, Lighty?
I can tell you that initially classes have base skills.
Okay.
And they're set on their skill tree, kind of like Ellie has, with notable expressions and more stuff.
Okay.
But for every rule that we set, there's typically a masterwork that breaks it. So there's a lot of goofy things that can be done.
Sweet. Awesome.
So just one example would be you have a skill for the gunslinger.
Yep.
You drop a masterwork that says plus level to that skill on the gunslinger.
Yep.
But you can put the weapon on any class, so you can
okay.
jump to the conclusion.
Oh, you could cheese
And,
it.
you know,
There's a way to unlock it.
having so example just to further that further, we don't have things say just plus levels of a skill, or if we do, the way that it's set up, I believe, is that when you get a base level of a skill, it also unlocks that skill. So if you got +2 levels of Fireball, which, by the way, this isn't a skill in our game. If you got +2 levels of Fireball, you will now be able to use Fireball, and then it'll also have 1 extra level on it. So it's not just.
I didn't know you wanted to say that. Yeah, you can do
well,
that.
that's fine. But I'm saying there's
Okay.
no. We really wanted to be trying that. There's no dead stats straight up. Like if you get something, you could use it. Most people aren't gonna, play like a Swiss Army knife 9 buttons.
Yeah.
Because it's just it can be a bummer, especially you're moving with WASD. It's like you already have 4 buttons. You got left, right. Okay, cool. You've got 6 buttons you're now kind of using. So it's like that's already a lot.
Yeah. Current meta is 1 button or no button. It is what everybody wants currently.
Well, you could absolutely do that if you wanted.
Yep.
Looking at the system requirements on Steam, it looks like it's a pretty beefy game from a visual perspective, at least just looking at this right here. What engine is used for the Dark West?
Unreal 5.
Unreal 5. Okay. Sweet.
Regarding minimum system requirements, we'll have something recommended probably on demo, but the exact skill specs are not out or recommended yet. We're still every single update we have internally is peppered with optimization that can, and as an example, we just had a skill that we decoupled some of the constraints to it that brought it down from 5 megabytes to like 10 kilobytes or something, which might not sound like a lot.
It was 5 gigs.
Oh, sorry. Yes,
5 gigs down to 5 megabytes.
5 megabytes. Thank you. So it's like we're always doing little things like that, and we have such a robust skeletal structure of our programming that it really allows us to keep streamlining processes. So we're trying our hardest to make it so some of these games you download these days, like 150 gigs, is not crazy, which is like we're not trying to do that,
Yeah.
But it's like I don't know what World of Warcraft is at now, but I think last time I downloaded it was like almost 200 gigs or something.
Frosty, where's it at? World of Warcraft right now.
It's like 130.
130.
But that's if you have one of the versions. If you have classic, you got to add another like 30, and then like
some games are really up there. It's like it's getting there.
Frosty, I have one more question before I'm ready to move.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Can you go in these town? Can you go in the buildings, or are they just static, or can you not say?
There is a saloon.
Want you to.
You can go in the saloon.
You could go into the saloon.
And you will be able to play poker in the saloon.
Nice.
Yeah.
I've got that on the next section questions.
So
awesome.
There's a couple. So if you're a fan of westerns, you've definitely seen Tombstone,
of course,
and you would know about the famous scenes in the gambling hall where they're playing Pharaoh, which was an old Western card game. So we have poker because that was easy to do in the moment many moons ago. We'd like to have any card games from that time period. And then if we can get that framework in, then we can have all the meme quest expressions of like, there's a poker tournament in town or something like that, or, or there's a unique reward from whatever. So that's on our map. But as far as the other buildings, we have a lot of NPCs we're going to have. Some of them need a home. So they're gonna be in places for sure.
It's very low on the priority list, right? We have a lot of their stuff we have to try and get in for the demo.
I totally get it. All right. Moving to the final scene for today's Town Portal podcast, we are putting the developers between 2 portals. All right.
Whoa.
Now you guys are in trouble. So,
give him a kiss.
yeah, there you go. So for the audience and the Dark West team, this scene is meant to be a little more fun, very shorter questions, quick answers. So more like me and Frosty are just going to ping back and forth. Either of you can jump in and answer. It's like fast money. So we're going to go back and you'll get it. Frosty, you could go first.
Okay. If you could have Morgan Freeman or Keanu Reeves be part of your team for voice in-game and advertising purposes, who would you pick?
Ron Perlman. That's who I want.
Okay.
I'd go
That's
with
my-
Keanu out of the two, personally.
In the Dark West,
wait,
can you
wait.
die of dysentery?
Ooh. No, but I did from our Discord thing today add that as a debuff on our log for debuffs.
I didn't even
Perfect.
know that.
Yeah.
The monetization system, will you have leaderboards, cosmetics? Is this going to be seasonal or just expansion based?
Oh, Wooly can answer that one.
Can I? It's going to be an upfront cost, and we'll see what happens after that.
Okay.
Great answer.
Okay. I can't believe how often this question was asked to me by my community. Is there any chance for Cowboys versus Aliens?
Well, that's a great question because of the famous Daniel Craig movie with Olivia Munn, Cowboys and Aliens. No, we're not having aliens.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, okay. Your classes, will they be customizable or preset like last Epoch?
Preset.
Preset.
Okay.
So no boob slider.
No.
Okay.
No, no, there's not
He
for now. But
paused.
I will
I'm very
say,
disappointed
yeah,
about
no,
that
but I
one.
will say that the definitely we're thinking forward of having as class options there being female facing ones, and then having that be maybe something on the radar depending on how difficult the model adjusting is, because it's just a matter of redoing rigging, animations, etc. So we absolutely want that. It's just again quite low priority.
In isometric action RPGs, a lot of time you drink a health pot to get back life. Is there any thoughts in this game to drink a whiskey pot?
Oh, baby.
There's no way that has not been discussed. There's no.
It's the opposite. It's a system in game. Alcohol is a system.
Alcohol is a
in
whole
game.
system. Yep.
It's
What?
It's yeah. Our
Yep.
game is kind of like PoE flasks. We have alcohol. There's a lot of alcohols.
Yep.
Matter of fact, and there's potency levels, intensity, intoxication factor.
We're
It's all-
ironing
yeah.
out the details. This is still
No
pretty early on. We have to
freaking way.
revise. Yep.
Wow.
We have
I
a
will
whole
say,
system for it.
like, I'll give you one little micro spoiler, which would because it's probably not going to be able to stay in the game. But one of the downsides of reaching almost ultimate drunkenness in your intoxication factor was not only blacking out your screen, but also inverting your controls. So there's like wild levels of things that we were exploring.
Hold on a second. You are
Anti-accessibility
saying
here.
your character is going to have a drunk scale. So
Yes.
so
of,
literally
yeah.
your character reacts differently to how much alcohol you have drank.
Oh yeah, this just starts becoming a deep. I mean, if you drink 2 bottles of whiskey, you're gonna be face down. Yeah.
I love that. Okay, that was a great question. Awesome.
Is there any weird or funny bug you encountered while creating the game?
No, none. It's been
Perfect.
perfect, smooth sailing,
Flawless.
honestly.
Got it.
One of the ones that we couldn't figure out for weeks was there was some combination of opening your inventory while clicking on stuff that would make you move like 4,000
Yeah.
Unreal units per second, and we couldn't figure out why you were getting Omega speed, and then it would just turn off. It was really strange, but
Okay.
that's gone now, sadly.
Yep.
Now, in a game that has cowboys, what about cowgirls?
We're inclusive.
There's
We
definitely
love the women.
there's women, yeah. There's women. It's
Marriage?
definitely on the radar. Marriage.
Whoa, okay, buddy. Whoa, we're not
Consensually,
trying to be
yes.
Red Dead.
Consensually? Oh my god.
Yeah, consensual. Well, just to go back to the woman thing for a second. There was like some beyond famous women in the West, right? So not only you have the Annie Oakleys, but you have like women like Stagecoach Mary. And comes from just doing research as the first African American postal worker who rode around on a stagecoach with her dog and then a rifle. It's like one of the most badass things you can imagine. So there's like so many great examples of famous women in the West that we would love to emulate, if not in a quest in some way.
Okay.
F, Marry, Kill. Diablo 3, Diablo 4, Diablo Immortal.
Oh god.
Glidey, go ahead.
I just want to marry Diablo Immortal 3 times.
Okay.
I want to remortgage my house and then just spend it all
Perfect.
on Diablo Immortal. My favorite game.
Can you pet a dog in your game?
Pet a dog.
These are the questions.
We could
These
put
are-
a stray dog in the town. I mean, why not? Yeah, we have a little like in
it's just
RuneScape and
just like
Barrock.
RuneScape, yeah.
Yeah.
Do the stray dog.
Yep.
Technically speaking, it's kind of a bummer, but there are dog enemy types. So
That's true.
you can shoot them.
A coyote.
Maybe it'll be a bounty or a side quest. You know, rescue the little pupper
Yeah,
from.
Lassies fell down a well. We'll do that.
There you go.
Console when?
Oh,
Controller
I mean,
support, as he said, is being worked on. So
yeah,
not out of the realm of possibilities.
I can't say any of the details, but a talk that we had at some point in time, in a recent amount of time, was about console stuff. So
Very recent.
Very recent. So it's definitely something we're absolutely on our radar because we love to present the game to console. I think it would be perfect for console.
Yeah. Okay. Are there going to be any uses for a rope?
There will be ropes in game.
So they talked about well, I guess ropes, whips, hangings, stuff like that.
Oh, there's people get hung. Yeah.
Okay.
People get hung. People get things way worse done to them than that.
Okay.
But yeah, there's like we have a gallows as like a set dressing. There's a couple interactables. I mean, there's just people just dead hanging from gallows in certain levels. Bummer. But yeah.
Will there be a dodge in the game?
Oh
Yeah. Your standard space bar is a dodge.
Okay.
That is, I would say, softly used mostly in like what Willie described as the intentional encounters, like the 30%. Those where it matters the most. In like the horde clearing setting, it's more used probably as a movement skill. But every class gets a movement skill that overrides their dodge, and is like a exaggerated version of that that's thematic to the class. So if there was a class, this is not in the game, if there was a class that was an ice mage, then they would do like an ice blink or something.
Got it.
That's
like a
their
slide
example.
or something.
Sure.
That's cool. Cow level. Secret level of any kind.
Maybe.
Maybe.
We said
Wait,
there's
maybe?
gonna be things around nooks and crannies. I mean, we're gonna
There's
put
a cow.
stuff
There's
there.
a cow level singular, in a way.
There's a cow in a level.
Yes, there is.
If you were betting on a boxing match between Jonathan Rogers and Rod Ferguson, who would you bet on?
I'm gonna pick OG Bobby Kotick from Blizzard. That's my. That's my pool.
he's
My
got enough
money's
money.
on Johnny Boy. I think he would come out swinging.
Okay.
Yeah, Jonathan's got a lot of pent up, I think, aggression. He's gonna let it loose.
Yes.
As a man who's met him in real life, I think he would rip his head off. I think he'd really.
Oh,
do it
Lighty's got a couple stories about that.
Oh boy.
Can't
share
say
them on
those.
this.
I can't say those. on
What
stream.
are those stories?
No.
No.
Answer
Sorry, I should've
no.
brought it up.
Yes.
Any plan for set items in the game?
No.
Well, so it's not.
Short answers, Lighty. Short answers.
No, I can't not answer things fully. No, we don't have any set for EA especially, but
Okay.
it's one of those things where I've got a document that I wrote up that hypothetically has some things. Yes.
Frosty, I have
other
one
than
more.
AR, I got like 4 more.
Okay.
So
You
I'll
keep
go.
going. You're good. I'm doing
Other
fine.
than ARPGs, what genres of games do you like?
RuneScape.
I'm playing RuneScape right now. I've been playing the entire podcast.
Nice.
I have a problem and I can't stop.
That's okay. Well, farm
Chopping wood.
The actual answer is we have a lot of different experience on the team. A lot of people have very much different games. I play a lot of
Sure.
roguelike games. But yeah, I'd say like
Sir
shooters
God
are a
likes
huge
D&D
one
a
as well.
lot. He's a big D&D
There you
guy.
go.
Pathfinder, Claire Obscura.
Nice.
Yeah, there's no shortage of games that we play amongst us.
Nice. Farming in the Dark West.
What about it?
Well, we don't have it. I mean,
Yeah, we don't have it, that's for sure.
No,
Okay.
there's not a lot of like most things we have that are interactions or events. You're murdering something. Like
Yeah.
it's like most
Yeah,
things.
we're,
You're
we're
shooting
sticking
things.
real simple
So
here.
to your point though, will we have a carnival style bottle shooting in town? Yeah, I've pitched it. Yeah,
Oh.
maybe, but it has to make sense. Your character, any of the character classes, just wouldn't give a shit about farming. It just
Yeah.
doesn't make sense, right? So they'd be more likely to kill a farmer or to rob them for their crops than they would.
Okay.
They're not like great people. You're not a great person in game, and you're also just a human. This isn't, we're not like the world guardian. We're not like the celestial chosen one.
I see.
Like most of these characters are just like defunct humans that are just wandering into a town and trying their best, and their best is typically paved with murder. So that's the through line.
I guess for Western, the color palette might have been a challenge. What can you say? What
was.
biomes there might be in game?
Yeah,
question.
That was a problem. It was like, we had this discussion with our lead environmental artist, Wojtek, and a bunch of our people was just, how do we make the game not just brown on brown on brown, right?
Yeah.
Basically, there's a lot of ways to do it, like different flourishes from flora fauna. You have the expressions of, you go west into the Antelope Canyon, Arizona, Nevada regions, you're talking a lot of reds coming from the rocks, right? You have go to the coastlines, a lot of blues from the water, the opalescent oil kind of textures coming through. In the mines, there's like flecks of gold and avarice chipping through the rocks. There's a lot of contrasting and analogous colors we could use to represent things, and we've definitely tapped into those, because it would have been, to your point, an absolute brown on brown on brown otherwise.
Yeah.
I got two more. Real quick, what's behind you?
Behind
The
me.
art.
So that's King Crimson from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure on the wall. If you're a fan of anime and manga, if you've ever heard of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, that's one of the characters.
I have heard
King
of it,
Crimson.
but I only heard of it. I don't know who that is. And my final question is, after your last Q&A video, everyone is talking about this sentient saguaro cactus thorns class. Any reconsideration of this being a reality?
I know the guy who asked this question. He's going to be just so elated that this was even getting brought up more. Is there a sentient saguaro cactus, and is it somehow? No, it's not. At this point, the problem is we're going to have to add something somewhere.
Yeah,
because
there's no saguaro cactus.
It's been talked about too much that we just are probably going to have it in game. Just in some nook and cranny, there's just a saguaro cactus who you could talk to or something. Yeah.
Frosty, I actually have one more question. You guys talked about poker. Is there any chance there'll be train or bank robbers? Any plans for duels? Any plans for bar fights or saloon brawls? Any chance that will you be able to shoot someone in the back over a matter of $80?
$80 would have been an insane amount of money in 1872. First off, so train robbing, possibly. Bank robbing, probably.
Duels.
Bar fighting, dueling, almost definitely, but probably not with other players, but in some quester capacity. Was there a fourth question? That one question?
No, that was all of them. That's all I've got, Frosty.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. I don't have. I can just make up stuff. The wanted people. When you're trying to fight one of the wanted people, can they bribe you to not kill them?
Interesting.
Some of them aren't necessarily people, so
yeah. You gotta get rid of those
some of them
ones.
are cactuses.
We could probably,
Yeah.
We could have something like that. It's not a bad idea. The idea, like when they were to, I'm just gonna throw numbers out, but if they reached like 20%, does it stop combat? Put a prompt up, say, I'll give you $100, which again would be crazy at the time. Give you $100 to bribe you off, like maybe, and then otherwise maybe they hit an enrage there or something. Like we could definitely engage with a mechanic like that.
Okay. Lighty and Wooly, you have officially survived being between two portals. Now, for the end of the podcast, we normally just do a 5 or 10 minute Q&A with the audience if anybody has any questions for you, and then we wrap up. Is that good?
Sure.
Yeah, you're good, man.
All right, switching back to the first scene. Now, everybody in the audience, we always do our best to ask any question that has not already been answered. Do not be disrespected if me and Frosty do not ask the devs your question. We will have all the social links to their Discord if you want to head over and ask them there. I'm sure that you could get your question answered. But
we have even a pretty active Q&A in our community Discord, and I answer literally on my phone every hour on the hour.
There you go. He's addicted. He's always on.
Yeah, I don't like questions going unanswered. So
okay, and kind of like between two portals, like there's going to be a ton of questions, so you could feel free to give short answers if you.
Is there a day or night cycle?
So there isn't right now, but we absolutely want one.
Okay.
I want one because I want to. I love the idea of different enemies being out at different times of the day. The problem is it's actually a tricky thing to mitigate like FOMO for, because if there
Yeah.
was a beneficial set of enemies at night, then you would like, I'm gonna wait in town or have to go sleep to change time. And that's like a level of annoyance that wouldn't necessarily be appropriate. So I think more likely we'll probably represent it in a static form
Yep.
as you progress through the quest of the game, where it's like, oh, you've changed zones, now it's just night for the zone. I think that's a better way to do it.
Okay. Any plans for hideouts? You know PoE, so that's a PoE question.
Yeah.
No.
Not right now.
Okay.
What does a royal flush currently do?
Not gonna tell you, but it's really, really, really
What would you
good.
like to know?
Right.
It'll be very good.
Item sockets.
Oh, like jewel sockets?
Like
I guess?
socketables
No?
for your gear.
No, not inherently.
No.
Not inherently.
Okay.
But
There's,
remember
like,
those class-specific things we mentioned earlier on? Some classes will be able to manipulate specific components of their items.
Yeah. And also, same with Masterworks. For every rule, there is an exception somewhere,
Yes.
probably.
Yep.
In really far end game, are you going to be able to make a character that just breaks the game?
Oh, 100%.
I mean, I don't doubt that someone's going to do it, but I'm going to try my damnedest to make them not do it, and then they're going to
do
watch
it.
them do it.
They're going to do it. Lenny.
I joke that we have like a lot of filters of experienced players in house, so I think we'll probably be able to catch 90% of shenanigans. But there's already a couple combinations of items and abilities as we've added them, where it's like, oh, that's going to be kind of gross, and we're going to have to nerf that. But
we've really gone heavy into the masterwork side of things.
Okay.
Like we said, we're not going to have the system where you drop an item early on and it's cool, and then you can never ever use it in the late game because it's on an early base type. So that's already alleviated. Therefore, the masterwork specific effects, right, the unique aspect of them, yeah, some of them are pretty freaking crazy. Like Glidey said, like our Mage Blood equivalents are going to be obviously going to be able to break the game wide open.
Except for the Mage Blood equivalent specifically, that one's terrible, but I love it.
Yes, that is terrible right now.
Okay. This is an interesting question. Obviously, there's going to be an assortment of like cowboy-esque classes. What about First Nation class options? Any consideration
Great
there?
question. So we are very carefully navigating that like a minefield.
I see.
Where we are trying to have zero specific references, for better or worse, to Native American culture and indigenous culture, because look at Wooly and look at me. This is what our team looks like. So who are we to even really meddle with this subject too much? So in general, we have the amount of stuff we've pulled from the region is folklore almost exclusive.
Yes.
Where it's like, you know, maybe stuff that's like a generality. So in the Steam page, you see a Wendigo. Many cultures have had Wendigos. It's one known from Native American culture and one appropriate for the time period and the era. So we have something like that. But we're not going to be using specific like Algonquin iconography or something like that, because it's just, we're going to offend somebody. So we're just going to avoid it, basically.
It would be awesome, though. It would be awesome.
Yeah, but you're gonna get
I know,
like Johnny Depp in the Native American,
I know,
wardrobe,
I
like
get
in
it.
the movie. So we're just gonna avoid that entirely.
Little known fact about me, I'm actually 1/16 Native American
Here we
and
go.
born in Arizona, and I'm going to say probably good
Now we
idea
gotta
to
listen
avoid
to
it.
this.
Yep. You know, there's so many things that are tangential to that culture, or again, like in the folklore aspect, that have become less strictly associated with their respective religious anything or spiritual stuff, that we have no shortage of things to pull on that can leave them at peace respectfully. So we're just not going to touch that.
Okay. You guys talked about like night and day. What about weather effects? Snowing, raining, sunny, things like that.
Rain for sure.
Okay.
Rain for sure. Snow if it fits. I don't think we have anything that fits right now, but
No, it's biome specific, and it's not.
Yeah.
It's not dynamic. It's static to the area. So it's also like certain boss areas might have different weather anomalies or phenomena. So it just makes sense to the zone. Again, like Frosty was saying, great, brown on brown on brown. There's ways to alleviate that. Having more, wet biomes helps in this degree.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you have a favorite ability?
Yes,
Yeah,
I do. Would you like to know what it is? Or?
I don't. They didn't. There's no follow up to the question. It was just,
I mean,
yes.
we probably both do. I could say mine involves a projectile chaining a bunch of times. That's my favorite one.
That's in the trailer. You could see the bullet hitting multiple. Like,
Oh
yeah,
yeah, ricochet. But
Yeah.
but also you don't see the notables and the various ways to scale it in the trailer.
Yeah.
So for me, that's the one I like the most.
Okay.
Wooly?
And mine has to do with, let's say, being up close and personal, maybe a little too personal, as in maybe you are holding that person with you.
Dude, that sounds like a fatality. Like you could grab the enemy and stick the shotgun and like blow their head off.
It's
They don't relate
definitely
it.
very tangential to that.
I like that.
Someone wants to know if they get a Dark West tattoo, will you repost it on Twitter?
Fuck yes. In a heartbeat.
There you go. Out of the 12 weapons, is potentially one of them a Gatling gun?
Nope, not on launch. I'll just say nope right now. But it is to your question.
It's not a base
Yeah.
type. But
Oh no, you're right. There's that
Masterworks,
thing. There's that
again,
thing. Okay, yeah. So no,
There-
well, there's not a Gatling gun or a chain.
It's not a
gun.
Gatling gun, but
But the problem with that is it does that exist in the time period? Technically, yes. The game takes place in the 1870s, America, Western America specifically. That actually did exist then. However, Gatling gun or chain guns at the time period were almost the size of small cannons. They were not small;
Yeah.
they're big. You would need at least 2 people to operate one of those. So if we do introduce it in some way from a player POV, it would have to be like a two class character or something like that. And if we did it from a enemy POV, we could definitely have it like we're
like on
combating
that,
it.
on one of those in-game systems that we mentioned at the beginning.
But Wooly is saying that you can kind of recreate a Gatling gun.
Yes,
There is a
can
Gatling
emulate
gun
its
effect.
Yes.
That is one of the master
Awesome.
works. I'll just say it out loud like that.
Yep.
There you go.
There are secrets in the game. Are there any secret bosses?
Yep. I'll just
Yep.
say
Okay.
yes. That's all you're getting though.
It's fine. Can we play the game now?
No.
Nope.
Oh.
I can.
I can't too.
I
I
Oh,
can look
can.
it up.
rub it in.
Is there
I can.
poison in the game?
In what regard?
Some,
it
someone
was
said like, could
POE
you
term.
can you kiss a person to death? Can you poison somebody?
Yeah, there's all right. So in the glossary, for example, I have written about 25, 30 different debuffs. So one of them is kind of similar to a PoE poison, but
Okay.
it doesn't stack infinitely like that. But yes, there's definitely like of the archetypal playstyles, a damage over time. There's a few ways to do damage over time
Yeah.
things. Some that are hit based, some that are non-hit based, some that are strictly dots, some that apply dots and then try to like rupture them. There's a bunch of different ways.
Aaron, I'm noticing a theme. You asked if there's cowgirls. Can you get married and can you kiss someone to death?
These are questions from the community. What?
Minions,
The community.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, I mean,
Can
to,
you-
to that,
Now let's
to
talk
that
about
end,
alt accounts. Type of-
what kind of brothel do we have? And then
I
no,
was just going to mention that. So in the town that is obviously very period appropriate. The game is set in mature. There's going to be something probably involved in the town with that as hooked onto a saloon. I don't know what the capacity of that's going to look like. It definitely won't be, that rated M for mature. But even in the cinematic, which we can't show you or talk about, there are themes of sexual natures and stuff. It's part of the game.
It's explicit. Let's just
Okay.
say.
oh, brother. Okay.
But you're not going to be in the back of your San Andreas GTA car and it's going to be bouncing up and down. That's not happening. No.
Okay. Now you guys
Still
said,
an ARPG. Yes.
now you guys said no minion builds right now, but what about like on the topic of a Gatling gun, maybe like a turret, like a sentry style weapon?
Well, we're not steampunk. We're going away from high fantasy and away from steampunk.
Totem.
If there's a way to explain it,
Crossbow.
well, I'll give you a yes and. What would make more sense, because again, exaggerations of period appropriate things, is trappers were very appropriate at the time.
That would work.
There being a trapper class would make more sense, or having trapper abilities. Do we have that at the moment? Nope.
No.
Is that something we're exploring in the background deeply? But it's like that would be an example of an alternate playstyle that we could represent. totems would be leaning way more occult. We're going to start slower versus faster when it comes to leaning into magic systems and it's in the worldscape.
Okay.
So as the game progresses, I'm sure that'll ramp up as a byproduct of just having to expand. So yeah, we might have something like a totem eventually, but it would be probably more represented as a trap or something that is branded into a rune and then thrown or something, you know?
Yeah. Or a specific modification to a skill or a masterwork effect, not necessarily an entire archetype built around it.
Okay. There's so many good questions here, Frosty. Do you got one?
Can I name my character anything I want, like John Wayne?
So it's not online, it's not multiplayer, so no one's going to see it but you. However, we're going to have the option to name your character, but it'll just be naming your save, kind of, because the class and the character already has a name and a backstory.
Got it.
So just an example of that is the Gunslinger class. His name is Kane, and he has lore written about him and quests and all that sort of stuff. The other character classes also have names and lore and backgrounds.
Okay, is Kane because of Deckard Kane? Is it a callback to Diablo?
You'd have to ask Kevin that one. I can get an answer for you somewhere, but I think I don't know the exact maybe Legacy of Kane, maybe.
We have a ROG namesake. ROG? Is that what it was?
We do have a mechanic named after ROG in PoE. Yeah.
Okay.
I noticed attribute requirements on some gear, and someone's asking, are attributes manually set?
Neither. That is old in the UI,
Very
and there
old.
were no attributes in game.
Okay.
We thought it basically didn't. It didn't help. It didn't solve anything, so we just scrapped it.
No attributes.
Considering there's no co-op at launch or single player, is modding allowed?
It's a great question. So currently in the EULA, we have written for early access that we're not allowing modding, but that might change post-demo. And I don't see any scenario where after 1.0 we don't allow and encourage modding to continue the community and that growth.
Okay.
Especially coming from games like Grim Dawn or Torchlight, whatever. That was like Diablo, that was a very prominent part of it.
Yeah.
But we want people to play the intended experience at least for the demo for the EA and maybe a little bit after 1.0. But that's like absolutely something on our radar. Like we're cognizant of that being a massive community part.
We're definitely not against mods at all. It's just realistically right now, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Okay. I can't believe this didn't come up in the last 2 days as I've been preparing for this. Dynamite. Is there like bombs? Can you use dynamite in the game?
Oh yeah.
There is dynamite in the game. Yes.
Okay. But like usable, like for a quest, or like I could toss dynamite.
I didn't answer that, but I did say there is dynamite in the game.
Okay. Got it. That works.
But I will say this. If we write code, rig, model, VFX, SFX for any asset we're giving an enemy or a boss, you're damn well sure that we're going to be at one point using it for a player, because these things take time and resources to make, and it would be foolish to not double dip all of our time and resources
of course.
as of such. So you'll notice that like in early PoE, boss abilities are going to be the same as maybe a character ability with all of the emissions and parameters changed and the color changed, the effect changed, but the base model might technically be the same as something you use.
Okay. As you guys stated, June Next Fest demo is the goal. You have a game currently out, Titan Quest 2, that is in early access, and they are doing like slices. Here is a polished Act 1 drop. Here's a polished Act 2, Act 3, new class. Now, obviously, we don't have a crystal ball about what the future looks like, but if everything goes well, good, like received well, is that kind of the idea that the Dark West team is thinking? Demo to early access and then drop chunks?
Yeah, that's kind of like the model our game director Kevin was initially trying to emulate, was the Titan Quest 2 business model for releasing, because I think it works well.
Yep.
It gives players an idea of what's going on, and it's like, we're just doing ours with much more content and a full end game, basically, because it's much more akin to that old school ARPG coming from veterans like us, where it's, again, it would just be like a disservice if we didn't release it with some sort of end game and much more, so our initial intention may have been like a 10-hour EA, and now it's like, it's a 10-hour campaign maybe, but you're going to be sinking 100 hours into end game, and you're going to want to play another 100 after that. So it's...
I love that.
And part of it too is the scope, right? Because we are foregoing intentionally multiplayer at the time, or at this time, and that just saves so many things that we have to think about, and resources and planning and all of that. So it really lets us focus in on the nitty gritty, on what actually matters in an action RPG, which is, you know, killing stuff, getting loot, and is there compelling content to back it all up? Can you actually challenge and test your character? That's what we're more concerned about for early access.
Now, you did say for the time being you're forgoing multiplayer. Does that mean that that is still on the table for the future? Obviously, with the successful
for
launch.
sure. Yeah, it'd be ridiculous if we said no outright to multiplayer, right? But that is definitely one of those things that we have to just wait and see. What is the response from the community? You know, even post demo, you know, we can start kind of navigating that. But really, post early access, and especially 1.0, is when we'll just look at all the feedback, look at what's coming in, and then obviously revenue. I mean, that's a huge part of it too. Let's be real. Like you can't just implement multiplayer, have all these servers, all these interactions, and just boom, they're there. You know, we have to make it work.
One of the examples of multiplayer, just to clarify, like what we could do. When we say multiplayer, that could represent itself in a few ways.
Right.
It could be something like one of our endgame mechanics has a queue system where you could play with a friend, and then items drop soulbound or account bound. So we can enable the vibe and the fun of multiplayer, but much less of a bandwidth and server load on our port. And also, we don't have to deal with the trading system. So it's like whatever you drop with your friends, you both can use, but it's never getting out of that, you know, scenario. So we could keep the sanctity of like what would be our intended progression and no trade, but you could still like vibe with your friends in the end game. Like we might pursue something like that, for example.
There's a game called Dwarven Realms that I've played a ton of, and Dwarven Realms.
Same. Yeah.
Dwarven Realms has a crazy like leaderboard ladder, but the game's technically not multiplayer. It's single. You know, you can't co-op, but there's like tons of multiplayer elements. Yeah.
One of the two end games we're definitely looking to have a leaderboard for, regardless of multiplayer, just as a way of really just people can measure themselves against each other.
Yeah,
that is
awesome. That might mean just like all the data is sent back, you know, to us, and then we can just populate the leaderboard ourselves, you know, something like that.
And then to that point, even just like having a massive amount of like the game's set in Steam, so we can have Steam achievements, hidden Steam achievements. People like to hunt for those crazy ones, like if we have our Delve thing, you know, first person to reach 100, 1,000, 10,000, whatever, like, you know, you can do some sort of prize, do some sort of race. We've got a lot of stuff planned in regard to that.
Yeah.
You know what I find
And to
so
clarify,
oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, to clarify our stance on multiplayer, it's simply we do not want to release a half-baked multiplayer. That would do so much worse for everybody involved than if we were to either just ignore it outright, which is what we're currently doing, or just pursue it later down the line. Nobody wants a half-baked, you know, multiplayer experience, laggy mess, or just nothing's working. No one wants that.
Yeah.
And people don't care that it's early access. They'll just be like negative review, negative review. They're like, I know you say it's early access, but you know it's not perfect. So
early access this day and age is basically like launching. It's hard to untether it. It's more of launching with a, you know, the game has to have the same level of fidelity and polish. Just the content is going to be like less. That's the best way to describe it. Because if the game doesn't run right, it's like, oh well, it'll run right after early access. Well, too bad. Like that's you know. So for us, we wanted to make sure that it's going to, even if we only have 2 characters, even if we only have less quantity of masterworks or something, it's like we want it to be running well, smooth, fluid, good systems.
Yeah, we actually just took a step back recently. We're like, hey, the stuff that's here, we just need to polish this up. We need to get it working very smooth, because that's like it's an action game, like I said before.
We could just drop content updates, you know, every month, no problem. Like you know, after EA, we could just be like, yep, new month, new character, new month, new batch of 20 masterworks. Like that'll be much better, I think, of a product overall.
And I got to say, I feel like, again, to the example of Titan Quest 2, I was actually very surprised. I made content for that game, and I was like, yeah, there's maybe 5-6 hours of content. They only dropped Act 1, but Act 1 was polished, and it looked good. And a lot of people had a lot of fun exploring that because it felt like what they did drop was in a great state. So, yeah, I get that. What I was going to say is that you could totally tell that the Dark West is designed by gamers, because, Lighty, you keep saying, well, we're going to have hidden Steam achievements. And, oh, yeah, on the map, there's going to be tons of hidden things that you're going to explore, and there's going to be hidden poker hands. And I love that you never know what to expect, and you're trying to hunt and find all the secrets. That is awesome. I feel like ARPGs do not do that enough. So, nice.
Yeah.
Frosty?
Yeah, I got like one last thing here, and that's just you guys already know. You guys are gamers, ARPG gamers. It seems like 1 month out of like a 4-month cycle, just everything's launching that month.
This month.
If you find that, let's say you say, oh, July 20th, we're launching our early access, and then like 3 days before that, it's like PoE 2 is like, hey, 1.0 is coming out. Like, are you guys going to be like, maybe we'll push it, maybe we'll change our schedule?
Yeah, we're definitely cognizant that we are swimming with leviathans when it comes to releasing our game, and we're going to drop accordingly. So if we find out that there's a PoE league dropping, like there is tomorrow, if we were planned to launch tomorrow, we would
say
we would
not
see you in
anymore.
3 weeks.
Yeah.
That'd be fine. We'll take 3 weeks to make things better, because it's just we're not trying to compete with these companies. We're not trying to compete with these games. We play these games ourselves. We're all trying to coexist together. There's enough room for all of us here.
Yep.
So we're trying to coexist with them, because we're still going to play them. They're still going to exist. We want you to go play their games. We want you to go buy and play our game, and then bounce between them every 2 weeks for the rest of your life. That's all right. We want you to do that. So we're not in competition. We're in coexistence.
No, and I'm a firm believer that a rising tide raises all ships. The more better Diablo PoE Last Epoch does, the better that the Dark West does. And you guys have a great differentiator, because you're the only one that's a Western. All the other ones are fantasy-based. So leaning into that Western vibe is going to be, I think it's going to be really good for you guys.
Yeah.
We hope so.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I know the answer to this question, but I see it over and over again. People are asking, like, so if the future revenue is good, this is going to be a DLC expansion game. It's not going to be live service season and leagues, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Correct.
We're not going to be live service. We're going to be like DLC expansion.
Grim Dawn. We're doing
Nice.
what Grim Dawn is.
Grim Dawn, or even akin to something as simple as like Vampire Survivors, where they had like many small updates. Like those are also super great. So it just, whatever we feel like we have an appropriate amount to present of a content where you say, oh, we could sell this for $10, $20, and it really is like, here's an extra 300 hours of gameplay that you could loop through and really adds on to and augments your experience. Then we'll release that as that package, then work on the next thing.
And it seems like in the ARPG space, at least from what I've seen, live service people are kind of moving away from. No Rest for the Wicked, no live service. Dark West, no live service. Titan Quest, Grim Dawn, Hellclock, Dark Haven. A lot of the games that are being developed there, we're going to go the DLC expansion. We're not dealing with live service, so I totally get it. Yep.
Yeah. It made a lot more sense previously, just like maybe the MTX model did, and that's kind of died down through a lot of even recent times for some games. So it's just the ebb and flow of the game space, and we're just going to do what's appropriate for our game.
No,
what we're concerned about is just making the best game possible. Like that's literally,
yeah, man.
That's it. It's that simple.
Howdy, partner.
We can say it all we want, but that is our goal at the end of the day.
Absolutely awesome. All right, I'm cutting questions. We are at the 2-hour mark. We made it through episode 15 of the Town Portal podcast. Lighty and Wooly, thank you so much for joining us. Frosty gets to do the end. He takes care of the end stuff. Go ahead, Frosty.
All right.
Oh, geez. Okay, I have to read this. All right. Well, partners, that about wraps it up for this ride. Lighty, Wooly, much obliged for stopping by this saloon and telling us about the Dark West. And to all our listeners out there on this trail, thank you for riding along with us tonight. Till next time, keep your powder dry, whatever that means. Bye.
Bye. See you guys. Thank you.
Town Portal Podcast, where the gamers unite, along with Aaron and Frosty. We're taking flight, tune in, level up, turn the quest in the world of action. We're the best. Welcome to the Town Portal Podcast.
All righty. What did you guys think? Huh? The Dark West. Dun, dun, dun. Good, bad, excited, happy. Let's see, what do I got here? I was thoroughly impressed. Pretty interesting, fantastic podcast. W, game will be great. It's going to be great. I'm totally sold. I'll be following this game very closely. Great podcast. W, sweet stuff. That was awesome. I'm sold. Wow. There's a lot exciting stuff. As I said before, I'll be waiting until it gets controller, but yeah, exciting stuff. As long as it doesn't have a generator spender system. Damn it. That would have been a great question. There's just... I would be shocked. I would be shocked if the game went generator spender. There's no way, right? I don't think so. I don't think so. Podcast. You generate and spend bullets? No way they're going generator spender. I know. Sounds like it will have controller. Yeah, I would guess. They talked about WASD. Right now the game is spec'd for WASD. They talked about channeled abilities, but they also said if you go into WASD, it's easy to remap for controller. And they talked about console. I would be shocked, absolutely shocked if the Dark West does not get controller support. Where does the video for the podcast drop? Well, the VOD will be on YouTube, the VOD will be on Twitch, and then I will rip the portion of the podcast out, and then I'll post that tomorrow morning. So the podcast, it's 2-hour tidbit. It'll be all nice and edited tomorrow morning on YouTube. Game sounds pretty promising for sure. The amount of ARPG experience on that team, the game's going to be smooth. There's a lot of things I liked about what they said. And I'm not going to lie, talking to Thomas from No Rest for the Wicked and then talking to the Dark West team, you do see some similarities, like between the way they're communicating and what they are trying to make, you know? It's like, oh, removing friction, and we're taking the good from these other games and designing it to be even better. Like the stuff that, like, hidden areas and auto sort and the way the UI operates. I liked a lot of what they said. Kind of no BS. I know. The focus on the rule of cool. Yeah, 1.5. Well, we could round down. No, we're definitely rounding up. Why would we round down? You know? Like, oh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, make it more different than PoE. Well, I think if you're also, right, because when you're building a game, you have to look at it from two aspects. You do have to look at it from a business sense, of course, and Wooly talked about that a little bit. You know, obviously we're pre-revenue. We got to see how the game does. We got to see how successful it is. But if you make a PoE clone, you're always going to be budget or Temu PoE, right? So it's actually probably from a marketing perspective, take the good and what people love from it, but also try and differentiate it as much as you can, but kind of have that feel. So you've got the good stuff, and you move away from the friction. You round up, everybody knows that. Yes. You round down for PoE. I'm waiting for the lore book. That's what you want? The lore book? Wooly being a roguelite enjoyer is going to have great impact on the game too. And think about Lighty. Lighty's saying he has 30,000 hours in PoE 1. There's a lot of people a part of that team. I'm going to reach out to them and see if I could help test it. I'll sign an NDA or whatever. I'd love to be able to be a part of that team and just help them test stuff. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I know. That's insane. I love that Ellie was mentioned. They mentioned Last Epoch so many times. I was like, I wonder if they went to my YouTube channel just to see. I mean, I'm not saying that they did, but I was like, wow, they mentioned Last Epoch a lot during that podcast. A lot. They mentioned Ellie in so many good ways too. They did. Mm-hmm. They're trying to get the streamer client ready? No. I've never leaked anything for Last Epoch, good sir. Never. It's just a joke that they say. They are just like Ellie, no seasons. Oh, how funny. Nash writes his first comment in 4 hours, and it's talking crap about Last Epoch. Go figure. Makes sense. Ellie has a lot of quality of life. Yep. See, Cajun, that's what I got to deal with. See? That's what I got to put up with. You know? Man, that was a fun podcast. I really enjoyed it. I want to do a Last Epoch podcast. Why can't I want Last Epoch to now I'm yelling why am I yelling out of nowhere? After your chat, I'm very interested in the game, right?
All right. No.
You turned them back. You turned blurps back on. Stop yelling, Aaron. It's bad for your heart. Don't wake the kids. You're right. It is after 10 here. I thought he was doing one. No, there's no mention of any podcasts so far. And obviously it's 3-5 right now. So I don't know. I'm sure tomorrow it'll be the same question because I think
If everything you're doing is bad, I want you to know this.
Hey, Hoofprint, I tried to find your question. I couldn't find it. Hoofprint's like, I already asked my question. I couldn't find it. I know. So I was thinking about this. Now we're talking about Last Epoch. This is Nash's fault. I don't even know why. Anyways, I was thinking about it. Last Epoch has 2 Fridays left, basically until we know everything. They have 2 Fridays left of marketing before patch notes. One of the Fridays is tomorrow, which is Mirage 328 PoE day. Like tomorrow, there could not be a worse day to have a dev stream. So really, tomorrow is like a, cross it off the list, which leaves 1 Friday. Nash just knows how to rile you up. Oh, brother. It's working. Gotta ask Daddy Tencent if Mike can come out and play. Tencent owns Grinding Gear Games. They don't own any part of Last Epoch. 1 Friday to blow our socks off. It'll be fine. I am sure that Last Epoch has held back so much awesome stuff for season 4 that we're all going to be eating our words when we actually get the details. It's going to be insane. I'll be keeping a very close eye on the Dark West. That's right. The question was, after the difficulty you just talked about, what systems are you putting in place for disabled gamers? Oh, I'm sorry, Hoofprint. I didn't see it. Sure. I'm serious, dude. There's going to be a lot. Hype Week, all the hidden boss. Tencent owns part of Craftin. I guess that's true. Maybe tomorrow is the full reveal dev stream. There is no full reveal dev stream. That doesn't even exist. It doesn't exist. I want to see the breakdown for Omen Windows. EHG said that it is a more detailed mechanic than Rift Beasts. Rift Beasts had the claw. You could transfer to their area. You had primordial uniques, the primordial NPC, build a boss, and then get that boss in an amulet. I want to know how the mechanic works. That's what I want to see. Aaron wants to see the Rye confirmed as a boss, right? It's going to be pushing 2 buttons and running a circle. No, it's not. It's going to be crazy, dude. The amount of detail in Omen Windows. Grez, it's going to be great.
What? No way.
Guilty, it's going to be great, dude. I'm a PoE player. We love running in circles. That's true. Let me see if I get this straight. You guys are under the impression that Omen Windows for Last Epoch Season 4, there won't be a mechanic tied to it. You just push on it, kill the enemies, move on. There's gonna be. There's a whole system tied to it. You guys. Guys?
I don't have a problem. Oh, okay. Denial.
Hey! What's the matter with this thing?
Whatever it is, it's going to be glorious. Aaron is expecting too much. The Void Portal face boss comes from the Omen windows. Then Aaron wakes up. Maybe it's a window to hell. Ha ha. Don't laugh at those blurps. Those blurps aren't funny. Don't. That's not funny. Anyways, the point I am making is we got to see what Hype Week is. We got to see the next 2 Friday dev streams. And we need the patch notes. And I'm sure they're gonna blow us away. They're probably planning the podcast right now.
What's the worst that could happen?
Oh, sure. All right, everybody. It is 10:20. I'm going to call the stream right there. Tomorrow is a crazy day. Are you ready for this? Tomorrow, Path of Exile, 328 Mirage drop. Tomorrow, Q&A, No Rest for the Wicked, Thomas talking about patch 1 comfort system. Tomorrow, Last Epoch dev stream, senior developer, co-founder VHG Mike, second to last Friday before season 4. All of that is tomorrow. Now, luckily, I've already beaten the PoE 1 campaign 5 or 6 times after this week. We've got our speed running time down. I've got my leveling guide, end game build guide. I've read the patch notes 40 times. I'm as prepared as anyone. So I'm ready. Leroy Jenkins. You've done none of that. How do you know? How do you know I haven't done any of that? How do you know that I haven't? I've thought about it. I know what I should have been doing. Doesn't that count for something? Does it? Because you've been playing Dragonkin. We are watching you. You're always watching. I have you as a friend on Discord. What? Because you played.
That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works.
Guys, I'll be ready. I'll be fine. I'm ready. It's going to take you a week to get through the campaign. It'll take me 5 days. That's the standard for a PoE streamer to get through the campaign. 5 days. Everybody knows that. He will not finish until LE patch. Oh, brother. What? No, I've got a new excuse. My new excuse is I just got to make it to March 11th. And then I could be like, oh, guys, I got to go test. You see, I've already got a plan to and I'm going to, yeah, and I'm going to Vegas. He's playing D4 season 12. All right, I'm done. Tomorrow, PoE 328 Mirage, Thomas No Rest for the Wicked, and Last Epoch season 4. It's going to be a fun day. The Dark West, honestly, this is one of the best podcasts we have done. It went really, really well. And if you talk about a podcast that builds hype, as I'm conducting the podcast, I was very excited and can't wait to try this game. A Western ARPG built by expert ARPG gamers. I love it. If you guys need anything, head over to the Discord. If not, I will see you bright and early for the PoE launch. And we're going to watch a couple podcasts as we're grinding the campaign. You guys are all awesome. Thank you for hanging out. I know today was a later stream. And if I don't hear from you on Discord, I will see you tomorrow. All right. Bye.